Okay.
Welcome to the gig stage. Die, my darling.
Oh. Welcome to Midnight Metal. I was having a moment there with Sean Decker's band. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify across these, the 28 known galaxies, this is Midnight Metal. And we don't do it enough. I only do it when Dave Parker calls me and says, let's do Midnight fucking Metal. Are you feeling metal tonight? Dave? Are you? Dave Parker, ladies and gentlemen. Are you feeling metal tonight, Dave?
Rob, I'm feeling great tonight. You were a little overmodulated there with your exuberance.
Sorry,
protuberance.
I was screaming.
Excitement.
I was screaming into the mic.
Into the mic.
I know this, and somebody. Thank you for calling me out on that, because somebody will, they're like, if there's one thing you don't want to be in the modern age, it's overmodulated. No, it's not. You want some at our age. Oh, at my age, a protuberance is good, but overmodulation, not so good.
Rob, depending on where that protuberance is, but I guess you're
and
right.
Where it's going. But in my case, who cares? I'm just happy to have it.
We can just make anything work at this point.
Oh my God!
At our advanced stage. How are you, Rob? It's good. It's been much longer I didn't expect we would have this much of a break, but you got busy. You had San Diego Comic-Con, and
It's true.
and True Noir and everything else going on and everything else. So it
Mm.
just didn't line up. But now we're here. Now we're here
We
again.
are here, Dave. We are.
And I'm
here.
excited. I'm excited. What everyone just watched was a little bit of Sean Decker, our guest's band, Die My Darling, and a very sort of appropriate milieu and ambiance for what we're going to be delving into tonight. So that's cool.
It is cool.
And yeah, man, there's been so much stuff that's happened and came upon us, since we've been gone. We've gotten a lot that has come on us, Rob, and
Well, maybe you should rephrase that, Dave.
No, I phrased it intentionally that way.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Anyway, yeah, some pretty wild stuff in the world of music and movies and everything else that's been going on since we were last walking down this lonely, winding road.
It is true. It is true. But, this show is always a chance for us to let our hair down because we still both have hair, which is good. I think
it's
good.
growing. It's growing out a little bit here and there.
That's good. Yeah, it's good.
In the right places. Rob, let's get into it. Did you watch the Olympics at all?
I did.
Historic medal moment in the Olympics. The Olympics opened with the band Gojira, a metal band, opening the Olympics. This was before the Dionysus, restaging controversy and all that. Though some people thought that, a bunch of headless Marie Antoinettes, greeting us at the Olympics was maybe a little distasteful, but I thought it was fucking amazing.
You know what? I would expect nothing less from the French, and let's face it. I mean, we live in interesting times, and I would much rather see something interesting than expected.
But it did exactly what it should. It got a lot of Gojira opening ruffled a lot of fucking feathers. They were like going, why is a satanic band coming on? Which, of course, they're not satanic. This is all ridiculous. But it got people worldwide talking about metal again in a very good way. And if you haven't seen it, I highly suggest, go search out Gojira opening the Olympics if you want to see a pretty amazing, spectacular performance. So there was that. What else do we got? We had a couple movies that came out that I saw.
I think the most metal movie was Furiosa. It didn't have the Doof Warrior, but it's pretty metal.
Well, it did towards the end.
Yeah.
By default, it probably is the most metal movie, and that's now on Max. But I saw Oddity.
I haven't seen it. You said it was good. You said it was good.
Really
Looking forward to it.
I saw that. I saw Cuckoo, which lives up to its title.
Have you seen? Was it Strange Darling that opened yesterday?
I haven't seen Strange Darling yet.
I think I'm going to go tomorrow.
Really looking forward to
executive
that.
producer Roy Lee, who's one of my heroes.
Very cool. Cuckoo, which lived up to its name. Definitely wacky. This little Deadpool and Wolverine movie, and that I know you've talked about. Which is
wait, what? I've never heard of that.
It's a little art indie, buddy comedy.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that. I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, I kind of vaguely remember it now too, and that's about it. And then this other little space rom called Romulus.
Yes, right. I thought I was watching a video game adaptation for a while. Then I realized no, I was just watching a kind of video game adaptation.
Definitely.
Let's delve into that, Dave. What did you think of Alien Romulus?
Beautifully made.
Yeah.
On the technical level, everything is top notch. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, 100%.
Technically, my problem with it was, and I'm not an Alien Covenant fan. Kind of a Prometheus fan, but not hugely.
Well, Prometheus is a beautiful. I mean,
again, but all these movies at this point are all technically beautiful and flawless in that sense. So.
Yeah.
But the problem that I had with Alien Romulus, for me at least, was that I just didn't, with the exception of Andy, I didn't really connect with any of the characters. And
no,
to me that was kind of a big problem when you're building tension and suspense. You have like pretty great set pieces all set up for it, but because I didn't have the emotional connection, which I'm finding out more and more makes a real difference. I mean, with especially when you're dealing with scares and you're dealing with that type of thing, having done it, you've done it with me, making movies that are supposed to be horrific, and it's easy to gross out, as Stephen King says. It's hard to really frighten because it is very tricky to in this day and age, get characters that you really relate and care about.
I totally agree, and I think let's go back to the first Alien. One of the magic things about the first Alien is you meet a bunch of blue-collar people, and even though you're in the depths of space, when they wake up, you immediately relate with all those people, because they could be people that we know.
Because they're doing something, when they wake up and everything, they're acting just like we would.
And that was, I think one of the great geniuses, the funny thing is, I've been talking about this a lot, and I've been getting a surprising amount of pushback. Like, we are big supporters of seeing films in the theater. And
sure.
one of the things that I think is forgotten in the discussion, and especially in the modern age, the idea when people take out their cell phones in a movie theater, I don't care if it's during the movie or whatever, first of all, fuck them, because they're rude and they're inconsiderate and they're narcissistic assholes because they're only thinking about themselves. And I'm not talking about the father that's on a date with his wife that's going to contact the babysitter. Although he should understand, for that 2 hours of time, little Joy is going to be fine with the babysitter.
Yeah, unless it's an emergency. But no, these are the people who are literally just scrolling TikTok and shit like that.
Yeah, so if you walk into a movie theater, people, pro tip, if you think that you're the only people alive on the planet, you're a fucking asshole. You're never going to amount to anything anyway, so might as well give up. But that said, when you walk into a movie theater, you are walking into the public square. You're walking into a place, more than that, a public square that people have paid to be in. So when you walk into a movie theater, you're walking into a space that isn't yours. You are not there to impose. Other than sitting down and shutting the fuck up, you should not be doing anything. If you're imposing your life on someone else, and that means taking out your phone, you're a fucking asshole. And you haven't learned how to live in society. You will fail when you get older, you will be a bad parent, and you will die alone. And I mean that sincerely.
Well, there you go. I mean, obviously, you must have had some sort of phone experience. I've been lucky.
I for the most part, I haven't, because
I've seen. I haven't really. Everyone's been respectful to the movie, and so to me, I haven't really noticed that in a long time, thankfully. But it's a big thing, because you want to be you want to be transported into the movie while you're watching it.
Yeah, and what I was going to say is, the great thing about the art form of cinema is that because you're in basically a big, dark box, it is in a sense a sensory deprivation tank.
I've been in a big, dark box before.
I've stuck my whole head in one, but I know, right? But in all seriousness, I mean, what you want in a movie theater, there's a reason why it works. I mean, it's not just the actual physics behind it when light is being projected through celluloid and you get it thrown on screen. What's so great about seeing a film in a movie theater is the sensory deprivation of it all. Your mind is open in a way that it's not when you're watching something at home. And I don't know if there's been any studies done on this, but when you're taking in a story in a movie theater, especially big, on a big screen with a great sound system and everything else about you, especially now we've got these great big comfortable seats, when you're not thinking about anything other than what you're seeing on the screen, it's going into your brain in a way that it doesn't. When you're at home, you always see chairs, you always have your peripheral vision, you have dogs, you have whatever it is you have in your house. I mean, there are people, you have home theaters, you turn off the lights and everything, but it's not the same thing. And I don't know if there's psychological studies on this, but especially horror films, you want to get into the mood of it all. And I know for me, the first time I had a transcendent horror experience in the theater was seeing Alien when I was 12 years old. It was so transportive and it was so transcendent. No one had ever seen anything like that before. But again, that to sit in that theater was an amazing experience.
But the thing is, it was transformative to me when I saw it for the first time on home video. That's just a powerful movie. That's what good movies can do. They can overcome. I mean, but seeing it, I'm agreeing with you. But seeing it in the theater is a whole different. It
was overwhelming. I mean, I saw it in 70 millimeter at the UA 150. It was an amazing experience, and it's transportive in a way that watching something on TV, especially in 4:3, is not. You know, and seeing something a widescreen. 2:3:9 to 1, you know, that aspect ratio, that Panavision aspect ratio, seeing it on those screens with the kind of sound that you get is very transportive. And I think that one of the things that is being lost in our culture is that people forget, okay, the story is being conveyed, the movie, you can watch a movie, but there is a psychological component to it that is missing. And part of the presentation delivers that psychological component. It's something you can't get anywhere else but a movie theater. And I think that in now our culture is starting to just demand the bare minimum. We're not our civilization should ask more, and some people do. The French understand the power of cinema. But we as a culture, Americans, are like, yeah, just give it to me. And we forget the aesthetics and the joy. I mean, when you're in a movie theater with a bunch of people and people scream or they laugh or they react or you hear them sniffle because they cry, there's nothing better than that, because then you realize from a sensory experience, you're realizing that the pure emotion other people are feeling, that's pretty special to be part of it.
It is, and it's nice that you're going on this very impassioned talk about this. I think it's cool. I think the other thing is because a lot of the time when I go see movies now, and it's like people go, "Oh my God, Alien Romulus is my favorite one," and everything else, and forget what your opinion is and what you think as far as that goes. To me, it's just like, okay, well, this didn't move me, and then I think about how many movies per year actually elicit an emotional reaction out of me, whether it's fear, whether it's joy, it's sadness, it's suspense, whatever emotion, and they are getting fewer and fewer. But I don't think that's me being jaded or seeing too many movies. I think it's that. No, I just think there are. You mentioned Furiosa. Well, that movie does not move me anywhere near the way that Fury Road did.
No, me neither.
It's a good movie, but it's almost like it's the same thing. It's the thing perfect example that Alien and Aliens that they've been chasing ever since Aliens, since 1986.
Yeah,
they have not figured out a way. They've made some interesting and cool movies, but they've not figured out a way to top those two movies, and they continue to chase that dragon ever since. And the thing is, sometimes those concepts, those stories and everything else really don't have much more to say than what they did then. Or you have to be an unbridled genius like Ridley Scott or James Cameron to figure it out. But there's very few of those filmmakers out there. As good as filmmakers are, very few of them capture that lightning in a bottle type thing. I think as people who make movies and want to make movies and everything, we're constantly striving for that. But I mean, and I'm nobody. I certainly haven't. I have not captured anywhere near close any of that stuff. And that alchemy is I think it's a mystery, and I think that's what keeps us on the hunt to make the stuff, to try to create it, and also when we're watching stuff. We're always on that hunt, because I was thinking about it. I don't remember the last time that I was like truly like with a horror movie. Like I remember being the last time I was like thrilled by a horror movie, but truly like scared. It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think it's very difficult. I mean, I would say the last movie to genre wise to really unnerve me, and maybe it's going in blind. Maybe there are times where we just know too much now as an audience before we go in. Either the trailer's telling you too much, or we read about it online. The internet is just like, filled with stuff, even if it's not spoiling it. But for me, the last one to really unnerve me was Hereditary. And Quiet Place thrilled me, but that was kind of it. But those were like a month apart from each other when they came out.
Right.
Wow.
Well, Hereditary had I mean, Ari Aster, that was an interesting film, and it got under your skin. But Hereditary did something. It was transgressive in the sense that it did something extreme that you weren't expecting, especially if you hadn't.
I mean, I think that's the thing. It was unexpected, and it didn't play it safe. I mean, that's the thing. When you get to Charlie being killed in that movie, you're not.
Spoiler alert.
Well, at this point, come on. But you're not safe anymore.
Right.
You're not playing with someone who's playing by the rules by any stretch of Quiet Place. They killed the little boy right at the beginning. You're kind of on unsafe ground, and all bets are off.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a lot of I know Longlegs was very popular with people. I mean, and it did great business. It did great business, but to me, I was like, as much as, again, technically, aesthetically, I admire the movie greatly, but the thing is, everything that I saw in it, I saw in other movies that did it better.
And I also thought that movie was a big cheat. It didn't play fair with the audience, because, what was really interesting, I was so excited to see Longlegs, and, Adrian Biddle, who we know, produced Oz Perkins, the Blackcoat's, was it Blackcoat's daughter?
Blackcoat's daughter, yeah.
And, Oz Perkins, and she has pretty good taste in horror, and I gave it up for Oz Perkins. But when I went to see Longlegs, what I thought was interesting, and this is such a weird thing, I knew that movie was bullshit because it asked you to believe in these police inspectors, and people are like, oh, it's like Silence of the Lambs. And none of their investigation rang true. It was all this nightmare fuel. None of it was real. Like everything they did, I'm like, this is not a real investigation. Nobody's acting like real police. No one, like when they went to the top floor of that farmhouse and found the dog, I'm like, okay, this is all a bunch of, the whole movie was bullshit. And it never established a credibility. And even from the beginning, Nicolas Cage threw himself into it, but I'm like, he wasn't even the killer.
It's a very weird, yeah.
And now people are like, did you see the devil? I'm looking at Twitter feeds of people like, look, here's all the time the devil appeared. I'm like, okay, the movie, but the movie didn't establish that. It didn't make you. I appreciate the craft. I thought it was really beautifully shot and all that. It had some great material, but at the end of the day, I'm like, you didn't play fair with me. You were too up your own ass. And by the way, I read a great Twitter thread where we're not supposed to make fun of, this is why directors and filmmakers and artists shouldn't make fun of other artists. And I'm grappling with the fact, should I not do that? But on the other hand, you know what? I think we should criticize one another. I think we should live in, like, I wouldn't feel comfortable criticizing people doing work unless we were doing work ourselves that can be open to criticism.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that any of these movies suck. I'm just saying that they're not for me. I don't, it's like, look, I've been on the other end of it where people are like, why would they ever why would they let this person ever get behind a camera? And, that's debatable. Depending on what you're watching and stuff, it is.
Dave, that brings up a question. You have a movie that people can watch right now.
It came out in March, man. Come on.
It doesn't matter, but it's still available. Tell people what movie can they see that you've watched. Or
you
made.
shouldn't have let me in, and as some people call it, you shouldn't have turned this on, is now playing on Tubi TV right now. Look, if you can't
Dave.
make fun of yourself, what the fuck? I mean, come on.
But let's face it. How many people in the world have wanted to make movies, and how many people actually have? You did. You've made a lot, and there's one on Tubi right now.
I'm not. Almost my entire career is on Tubi right now, except for.
I wish my entire career was on Tubi,
except for the Hills Run Red.
Tango Shalom's on Tubi, or pardon me, Forbidden Tango.
The Forbidden Tango, which is a sequel to the Kinjite and
the Forbidden Dance.
And Lambada, the Forbidden Dance.
Yeah, I wish it was a sequel to what is it? Boogie Night. What is it? Boogie.
Roller Boogie.
No. You know what the famous sequel that everybody quotes. Why am I drawing a blank? I'm getting old. My mind is going down.
Oh, Breakin' 2 Electric.
Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo with Shabba Ranks and Shabba Doo.
Well, again,
didn't mean to derail the conversation. You know what? Hip hop is not metal, unless you're Aerosmith and Run DMC.
And Run DMC. That's right. But
by the way, let's drink to Steven Tyler. He's retired.
He's forcibly retired, which sucks.
Mm-hmm. By the way, you know who's not retired, who's still touring? Vanilla Ice. There you go. The ultimate edition of Cool as Ice. You can get it from Germany. I don't know why I brought it up, but it's metal to bring it up on a metal show when it's decidedly unmetal. 500 worldwide. Just saying.
Well,
Dave.
Thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate it. But you can catch Rob tomorrow on his Let's Get Physical Media, and you can talk more about not cool as fuck.
Come on now.
Yeah, and then but we've got a great guest, very smart.
We do. Sean Decker, he's been to my old house, but I was always embarrassed because the garage was a mess when he came in. There was never fixed up, not like it is in here. It's a little bit more fixed up.
That's true. He did an episode with you on his show, which was called "Remind Everyone Again."
I forget. Collecting something.
He'll let us know.
Oh, let us know. Sean Decker is one of the most darkly handsome men in Hollywood, though. I always thought that he has a great look.
He does have a great look.
I know. And he's got a beautiful girlfriend that he loves. I mean, as a matter of fact, wife. Yes, wife now. Wife now. But I would say this. I would say that Sean Decker and Sarah are kind of, I don't want to bring jinx upon them, but they're kind of like Eric Draven and Shelley. In real life.
They are a little bit. And I will say this. A couple weeks ago, Sean, Sarah, and I all went to the Whiskey A Go-Go and saw Faster Pussycat live.
Did they kill anyone? I'm just kidding.
Dad joke.
It was a bad. That was a metal dad joke.
That was a bad metal dad joke. But that's okay.
All dad jokes are bad.
But they are great. If you ever were curious about seeing this band from the 80s that was popular on the Sunset Strip, and you're like going, they're a bunch of old fogies now and stuff like that. Trust me, actually, they
shred?
They kick ass. They have a great band lineup. It's absolutely amazing. And and Sean can tell you all about it because, of course, he's looking more metal as fuck than we could ever hope to at this point in time.
Dude, we were never as metal as Sean Decker was.
Well, no, he's actually been in bands and stuff like that. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but just his whole countenance, his whole persona. He was way cooler than we ever hoped to be. We can't be.
Let's not keep people waiting. Let's bring this fucker on.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies. I don't even know if his sound works, but here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sean Decker. Welcome
guys.
To the show.
Does my sound work?
It does. It does. It does indeed.
That was quite a lead up. I don't think I can. Yeah, you're making.
All
me.
right. Well, nice seeing you. Thanks for coming by. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Sweet. Bye.
Now, Sean, do everyone a favor, sort of just give us a rundown. You've done so many different things. I mean, you were lead singer in a band. You started there. You've done so much of that stuff, being a musician and everything. And I want to get into that a little bit, of course, before we get into our tirade of the night.
Oh yes, we will.
Oh, and by the way, I'm with Sean. It's going to be a fucking tirade. Let me just say.
But
I witnessed this abomination. Yes, we will speak about it.
But then you're involved in so many cool things in the industry that just sort of run down, give people a little primer, a little intro of who you are and some of the stuff that you've been involved in and done, and the cool people that you work with and interact with, and all the secrets that you've been wanting to tell.
Wow. How long is this podcast?
As long as you want it to be.
45 minutes more, and then that's it. No, I'm kidding.
No, I mean, some of the cool people that I've been able to work with and involved with are both of you. So, I mean, I've been a huge cheerleader of Hills Run Red since that movie came out. So, yeah, I mean, I remember like right before the COVID lockdown, I was, really, really lucky and very, very happy to have had any involvement whatsoever with the Blu-ray release.
The most self-indulgent Blu-ray ever made.
No, you know what?
And I'm damn proud of it. I am damn proud of it.
You should be, and so should Dave. And I've been saying this about this movie for a long time. And it's wonderful to see, like, kind of, just the fan reaction having evolved over the years in regards to this movie, and seeing people come out with, just articles of like, oh, this is like an unsung slasher movie that, needs to be respected.
Bloody Disgusting 2 weeks ago, number one.
I know.
I couldn't believe it.
And I didn't even write the article, so.
Yeah, when you don't know the writer, you go, oh, okay. No,
exactly.
It's great that, look, Ed Wood was not appreciated in his time. So I still got
Dave.
I still got a little time here.
Dave.
Sean, you got to tell the folks at home. Dave has been self-deprecating for the last quarter century.
No,
Rob, it's been much longer than that. Come on.
Oh my God. No, I mean, look, like, we're all artists here, and
I'm not. I'm a hack. I'm in it for the money.
Would you stop the self-deprecation? Come on, buddy.
I'm in it for the nookie.
Look, I think our journeys are all about, exploration, and hopefully learning. I think that's the thing that makes everything interesting for all of us. We don't know what's going to happen from day to day. We just want to put in the work. So, I mean, my backstory is I grew up in San Francisco and moved to LA in '88 because I'm old, so I don't care any longer.
Same year I did. Actually,
with the whole idea of, at that time, a very burgeoning rock scene in Los Angeles, where you could literally move here and put a band together and maybe get signed within 6 months and be touring and actually have a career out of it. So I came here and jumped into that insanity that was that time, and put together a band, and realized very quickly that I didn't like the culture. I love the music. I love the fashion. I didn't like really what was happening in that scene at the time, and wanted to do something more. So ended up,
Sean, why
myself after a few years.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you what was going on that you didn't like?
There was a huge, no one was lifting each other up at all. It was a huge gang mentality. It just wasn't something that, and perhaps I was naive at the time. It just wasn't something that I felt was healthy within my life.
But that was a pretty healthy thing to know back then.
I mean, I was really lucky. I was raised by some really strong women and some really strong men. I love my family. So I mean, I just kind of, long story short, and luckily ended up working as a horror journalist starting in 1997 for Universal Studios Horror Online. And, that was a funny story. Like, I had some shitty website, at the infancy of the internet, where I was like cribbing, horror news from probably like Fangoria Teletype, and just reposting it. And Joe Senna, who at the time was running this site called Dungeon of Darkness, and also working at Creation Entertainment, and doing.
He can also quote Dawn of the Dead chapter and verse.
Right, And he reached out to me and he's like, hey, you want to be my news editor? I can't pay you, but I get way more views than your shitty website. And I was like, well, thanks, Joe. But he was like, there's something happening shortly that you will get paid for. And I was like, all right, sure. So I jumped, started doing things for him. And then within a couple of months, Horror Online was launched. And that was amazing. So I got to work for Universal for 5 years as their news editor and, contributing writer on the LA side. So it was press junkets. It was all those things, It was set visits. It was just this beautiful entry into film, which I've always loved film forever.
I'm curious, what got you into what was the thing that got you into film? What especially like because we're all horror fans and everything. So what was the one what really sealed the bug for you in the beginning?
I don't know. I mean, I can go back and remember seeing Dracula, Todd Browning's, and it scaring the hell out of me when I was a kid. My dad was a big sci-fi horror fan, and he would go to the theater as you did in the 50s and 60s and see all of those movies and spend the entire day, Saturday with the serials and the cartoons and the triple features. So, and he just loves film, from whether it be film noir to spaghetti westerns, whatever it may be. So I really grew up in that culture of film and of literature. He's a writer, my father unto himself. So my mom was a painter, so that was lovely. I think the first horror film that I saw that I wasn't supposed to see that knocked my socks off was Carpenter's Halloween, which Parker's no surprise there.
Right.
Yeah, I hear that's had a little bit of stuck with you a little bit throughout the years.
Weirdly, that was kind of a full circle thing, because I've been working for Shrankus International, who is the company that co-produced Halloween for several years. So that's just weird, It's one of those full circle LA things. But no, so I worked for Universal Horror Online from 97 to 2002 when they closed, and then was lucky enough to move over to Fangoria and work with Michael Gingold and Tony Timpone for 8-9 years. I'm still friends with them. Worked at Dread Central for a long time, FearNet, now Bloody Disgusting. And produced some really shitty films in the interim, and doing the things.
What films and where can people see them?
Maybe we don't really need to mention those.
But it's okay for me to disparage on mine. So, no, but anyway, but you got into producing on films,
yeah,
and now you've been a journalist, you've been a writer on scripts, the band stuff. Now you've sieged into directing a little bit, and how has that changed for you?
It's weird. Much like you, just self-disparaging. I wouldn't call myself necessarily a director. I don't know why that is. I think we have to own what we're doing. For some reason, I haven't been able to do that as of yet. But no, we were during the whole SAG strike. Sarah and I were bored. I was bored, and I'd been building this car because I'm into automotive stuff. And I was like, why don't we shoot something with this car? Because we're all bored and we have nothing to do. Didn't even start with a script, which is hilarious because I'm adamant that there always needs to be a script as a screenwriter.
Yes, me too.
But I kind of just reverse engineered this thing. So we've shot maybe 12, 13 days on and off on this little short art film, breaking all sorts of laws and shooting, staging police chases in downtown Los Angeles with no permits. Because why not? And I've got a couple of days left to shoot on that. So hopefully there'll be something next year. And I don't know. We'll see if it cuts together. We'll see if it's good or maybe it's terrible. I have no idea.
But you've done it. I think that the thing is, I've always believed that making a film is an inherently positive act. Because by setting out to make a film, you've presupposed there's an audience. Otherwise, why make a movie? You can write a book. If you're making a film, you set out to show it to people. And 2, you need collaborators, which means you think that you have people in the world that that will support your vision, that will help you out. And when you all get together, everybody, if you have a vision, and people think I'm nuts, but I'm like, look, to make movies is an inherently positive act. And while it can be we all want to make The Thing, and we all want to make American Werewolf in London. I want to make The Exorcist or The Wicker Man or Rosemary's Baby or whatever. But it is an inherently positive act to do it, to create something from nothing. Don't you think?
Well, I think within my experience, I'm sure both of you can probably agree to a large extent. But it's been so rewarding, just the process of working on this film, because I'm able to work with such amazing collaborators. To your point, like Will Barrett has done a lot of our, has been our director of photography. So is Richard Trejo, John Fitzpatrick, who edits The Boys and Supernatural, is our editor. Working with my wife, who's just an amazing actress, has been great, and we've just been having fun. And I think it's really important, and hopefully that comes across on screen, regardless of, what I'm trying to do stylistically or whatnot. And I've learned a lot, and I think that's the whole point with life, is just learning.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's funny. It's this is going to seem a little weird, but the LA horror community. I mean, there is a community. We all know each other, and there's the Valley side of it, and there's the other side of it.
There's the Silver Lake, Eagle Rock, Highland Park, and then more into the Wilshire district.
But there is an LA horror community, and what I have found in that, for the most part, it's been inherently a positive experience, because sometimes this isn't the case, but for the most part, we might all be a little bit competitive, but there is still a esprit de corps, that we're all part of this thing, and we all want to add to the pantheon or
I think some people could say that the LA horror scene is cliquey, and maybe they're correct. Others could say that a lot of us have been friends for a long time, and have really nurtured those relationships, and that's when people want to jump in and help each other, and that's an amazing thing. Like, even this is like a no budget shoot I'm working on, so the fact that we've been able to pull off what we've done so far, and I'm not trying to prime this thing, but it's because of people wanting to jump in and help, like even down to I need a VFX shot, and and I'm not going to say who it was, because I don't want everybody hitting her up to do things for them. She jumped in to do that. So, it's cool. I mean, we'll see how it is. It's like, again, I thought we were going to have finished principal photography on this, before the strike ended, and clearly that didn't happen. But
it's because you're a perfectionist.
This is very true. And also, we're just working on, Sarah's super, super busy, which is great. And, I've kind of moved off into publicity at this point within the horror niche, so I'm really trying to build my own company. So this little art project is the kind of thing we do on the side.
Yeah, but you're with publicity. What are there any of the films that you are working for and everything right now that you can talk about? There's one that I want to bring up that you did publicity for, that a friend of ours, a mutual friend of Sean and ours, Graham Denman, did.
Oh yeah.
Pizza Panic Party, which is on YouTube right now.
Right.
It is an 80s throwback 9-minute short with some pretty staggeringly great makeup effects and everything else, Rob, from a company that we're a little familiar with, Monster Effects. But it's actually it's really fun for what it is, and I really highly recommend if Rob, I don't know if you can find the link and throw it in the chat, or I will try to do that while we're talking.
Yeah, find it, and I'll put it in the description of the show.
Or I'll just post it in the chat. It's really fun, and it's totally sort of blown up. It's gotten over 400,000 views now, and it's been on for a month and a half or so. It's really fun 80s throwback creature feature monster stuff.
Yeah, I thought Graham did a great job with that. I was a big fan of his feature Greenlight that came out a few years ago. And I don't really want to say he was a client. Again, this goes back to what Rob was saying. You kind of, and then the esprit de corps, I kind of just jumped in to help him out on that, because I love the short and I wanted people to see it.
Yeah, so I know that's one. There's another one that's doing. It's getting ready to do festivals, or is doing festivals at the moment.
Oh, Bogeyville. Yeah, it's directed by Sean Cronin, who has kind of made a career out of playing baddies in a whole lot of large motion pictures. Anyway, he did this UK-based film called Bogeyville. It's premiering tomorrow night at Fright Fest UK.
Wow.
Actually.
Yeah, Rob, did you know Fright Fest is going on right now?
Good
Good old Fright Fest.
Unless we have something in it, Dave. What do I know?
I know. I miss it. I wish in
Look,
the
I mean,
almost 15 years that it's been that I would have had something that I would have been able to go back to.
Come on now, Dave.
No, I'm just saying. Jesus Christ, not everything I say is
We went to Sigis, dude.
I'm not saying
You
everything
shared
that
a
I say-
limo with Herschel
Rob, shut the
Gordon
hell
Lewis.
up for a second and let me talk. Jesus. I'm not saying everything.
Oh,
Yes, we are. I'm not
For
saying
like-
that everything I say is not always a slam or a dig. I'm just saying it's been 15 years. I would love to be able to go back, and it's happening right now. And if people who are in the UK and everything want to go, Fright Fest is still going on, I think, throughout this entire week until maybe next weekend. So I would say if you can go. It's a great time. It's run by a bunch of great people there. They go to the Phoenix afterwards. If you know, you know. So there, you know. Oh, so going on a little side quest here, guys. So Rob, you said, I want to make The Exorcist. You know, we want to make The Thing. You want to make The Exorcist. You know, something of that equivalent power and majesty and visceralness.
well, you know, something that look. When I say
you let me
this,
get to my point, but go ahead.
well, no, but I just want to. Well, because you're saying what I think is, I think that horror as a genre. There are two things about horror that I love. One, horror deals with the finality of life and the fact that we live in a limited amount of time, and that is terrifying. To born is to die. And then the second thing I love about horror is that humanity finds morality in the face of great evil. And those things, I think the most moral and human stories can be told in a horror context.
True. So my little side quest was this weekend. I had picked up The Exorcist 3 4K. And I had checked out the theatrical cut on 4K just to see how it looked. Looks great, everything. But the funny thing is I had never watched Legion, which is William Peter Blatty's sort of director's cut. As close as he was ever going to get that they have on another disc. Because if people don't know, if they know about Exorcist 3, he was sort of strong-armed into reshooting a bunch of stuff and then adding that whole exorcism stuff at the end. So I started watching it, and I got to say, whoever made him reshoot stuff was right, because it's a better movie. The theatrical movie is a better movie. Brad Dourif's performance is raised up immensely in the reshoots that he had to do, which I thought was really interesting to see, like how we as directors can get so impassioned by our own material and sometimes our own bullshit that we're kind of blind to the fact that, like, oh, what we're doing is actually not working and is kind of clunky. And I think that dovetails probably very nicely into what we're going to be talking about next.
Like sidebar on exactly what you were saying, or just more agree with you, Dave. I think that's super important as a creative, to not insulate yourself and have people that are your sounding board that you trust, that are going to give you constructive criticism, and sometimes bat away ideas that you may have or suggest easier ways to tell that story beat or whatnot. I mean, Sarah's amazing for me in regards to that. I've been working on a scripted television spec series for the last couple of years, and she's been wonderful. And you know, I have a really wonderful reader in Jonna Jackson, who's been reading my scripts for a long time, and that's that kind of stuff, that being able to have that trust with somebody, but also just allowing yourself, you know, I don't want to say that vulnerability, but that ability to actually listen, and take that to heart means everything. Because if you're just going along on your way, and I get it, some people, like, they're an auteur, they know exactly what they want. and that's important too. But I think buying into your own bullshit is a problem.
I mean, I think it's an interesting thing. I think for me, what I realized in regards to Exorcist 3, and also in regards to The Exorcist, because we all know there is the version you never saw, which again was Friedkin sort of placating Blatty on the way he wanted The Exorcist to be. And it's a much worse film in that way. It's look, the movie's
slightly diminished.
I would say more than slightly. The spider walk scene is a total.
Well, for me, that shatters what I love to call verisimilitude, because
it doesn't belong there. It's in the wrong spot,
and it also it goes too far.
Yeah,
and it shatters the brilliant thing. I mean, The Exorcist is not just my favorite horror film of all time; it's one of my favorite movies of all time, because of the reality that it creates within the frame, the proscenium of the frame, and I think what's so amazing about that is it's look, the thing I love the most is when genre and reality can coexist at the same time, and I think that's a really difficult thing to do, and sometimes when I see like people might not get this, but like An American Werewolf in London. You know, when a movie starts and there's no special effects and there's nothing, and you see these two friends and you're creating this bond between these two guys, and you love these two guys, and one of them gets attacked by a werewolf, but you don't really see it.
Oh, spoiler!
You know, I know, but
I've never seen this movie. You just
but then what? Then it goes way into Fantasyland.
But again,
but
within the context of the reality of that movie, it doesn't.
Well, you buy into it, you know, and that to me is the magic of horror. Like, a lot of people like monsters and all this stuff, like Dan Schweiger would tell you monsters, but I really love the horror genre that makes you believe. But again, Rosemary's Baby, The Exorcist, two of the.
I mean, I don't know.
But even with monsters, perfect example, The Descent, you believe.
Totally believe.
Given the context of the reality of that movie. Yeah. And the same thing when we start talking about The Crow, at least the original, that is an unreal world that you completely believe given what they set up.
But also another thing about The Crow is it has a gothic romance element, and there's an innocence, and there is a classical element to the original Crow that makes it work.
The 94 film is a beautiful fairy tale.
Yes, it is, and it's Sarah's fairy tale,
like 100%. And
of course it is. She narrates it.
Yeah, the rules are very clearly defined. I mean, I don't know if we're going to jump into talking about the 94 film, because we could talk about that for hours.
Well, I definitely want to set it up before I let you guys like kind of riff on the new one, because the thing
I want to take a chainsaw to.
Well, here's the. What I'm saying is, here's the thing that I want to talk about, because the difference is you two have seen this new movie. I will not go see this new movie. I have no need to.
A quick reveal. While I went to go sit in the theater to see the latest cut of this film today, I actually bought tickets for Stranger Darling, and then went into the Crow, because I refuse to spend any money on this film.
Right. I mean, I just don't have any interest.
Everything with that.
Yeah, I have no interest, not even morbid curiosity, to see this movie in that sense. Because
I was just sad.
I mean, you guys know,
Dave. The only reason I went to go see this movie today was because you texted me last
night.
Don't
blame me.
You want to talk about The Crow tomorrow? And I'm like, well, I mean, I have to have an informed opinion. So
no, you don't. I don't have to.
No, you really do.
I don't, because it's in the context of what I'll say about it and what I can derive, and then you guys can like go off and probably strengthen what I am gonna already believe. I don't feel the need to see it, just like I haven't felt the need to see any of the sequels that have been made.
Well, I have something, Dave, I want to give you. I don't need any more. 151 minutes of pain.
151 minutes of pain all for you all. It's okay. But I mean, as you guys know, The Crow is my favorite movie. It is and even when I think, oh well, some time's gone by and stuff, if I throw that thing on, it's just as powerful for me now as it was when it first came out. And the thing that I find to be so, and look, I'm not saying, oh, remakes don't work or anything. Of course, we know that that's bullshit in this day. And remakes work all the time. But there's a difference between The Crow and The Thing or The Fly or Invasion of Body Snatchers. There's a difference. And the thing is, unfortunately, the tragedy that happened on that movie with Brandon Lee being killed has informed and infused that original movie, the story of the original movie. It is this powerful connection to the movie. It's not that it's just a tragedy that happened on a set. It's the story is all about this,
I mean,
and everything. So
Proyas's film is Brandon's epitaph, isn't it? At the end of the day, and
yeah,
it's
forever intertwined. What a terrible event that transpired. I don't really want to get into that. People have talked about that ad nauseum, but even had that not happened, the original Crow, I think still would be a masterpiece to this day.
It would be. But the thing is, I bet you. But the thing is this: if the tragedy didn't happen, it would have been a different film in a lot of ways. I bet. Than what, because of the nature of the tragedy and how they had to finish it, the way they had to finish it.
Yes.
Altered what the movie is, and there's a resonance that comes from all of this happening with this movie that is complete. Is it completely unique? I haven't seen another film. I mean, there's been other tragedies and stuff with other films. Twilight, I don't think I haven't seen a film that has the resonance that the power that this movie does, at least for me personally.
Can I?
I think
sorry, Rob.
I think it hit us at a certain time. Sorry, Rob.
No,
just really quick. I think it hit us at a certain time within pop culture. I think it hit us at a certain time of what our ages were. I think there's a deep resonance for so many reasons. That movie is so multi-layered, and it's Brandon's performance. I mean, it's everyone's performance. It's the script, it's the score, it's the soundtrack, it's the editing, it's the cinematography, it's all of it. It's everything. Like I've heard this described so many times over the last few days as everybody's eviscerating this 2024 iteration of this IP. That the 94 film was lightning in a bottle. And I absolutely 100% agree with that. And I think we can look at that with some of the other great films in cinematic history and say those were actually lightning in a bottle, and you can't recapture that. I mean, how many Jaws sequels have we seen? How many Halloween sequels have we seen? No offense to my bosses. You know what I mean? And the list goes on. But yeah, there's something so, and just to go back to what Rob was saying, there's like this purity and this essence of goodness and this nobility that's in the 94 original that I think it just gives it so much power outside of its goth trappings, which are great, and outside of the revenge, which
is great. I mean, that's the thing. But sorry, go ahead, Rob.
No, I just want to say that what was interesting when I was watching this new Crow, the thing that struck me is where's the element, like the thing about Eric and Shelley is their love in that milieu was pure. I mean, you have these two characters that are literally, he's a fairy prince, he's a guitarist, he's in a band, and Shelley and him, despite their limited means, they have a purity, like in a fairy tale, a purity of their love. There's no cynicism in the love.
There's no cynicism, and outside of the purity of their love, why is she brutally raped and murdered, and why is he murdered? It's because she was fighting for tenant rights.
I mean, yeah,
so she's working outside herself for the betterment of her community. They're also they've also are surrogate parents.
The surrogate parents to Sarah,
a young girl who the only thing that they're getting out of that is because they love her, right?
They're just good people trying to live their lives.
They're great people. And young Sarah and Ernie Hudson, this cop that has been disturbed by this whole thing, and essentially the Detroit they live in is hell. In a sense, they live in the first circle of Dante's Inferno, if you want to look at it that way. I mean, it's the burning Blade Runner.
It's a mythological movie.
But it's mythological, but still grounded, and it's always grounded in humanity. And one of the great scenes that everybody talks about was when Eric Draven confronts Darla, Sarah's mother, and doles out the William Makepeace Thackeray quote. God is the name of mother is the name of God on the lips and hearts of all children, and then he extracts the morphine that she's has been shoving into her because she's a lost soul, and he doesn't kill her. He says he's come back from the netherworlds, and he looks at this woman and says, "You need to be a good mom." And he brings love back from the afterlife.
I mean, even in the smallest moments, there's still such humanity in Brandon's performance as Draven, even to the point where with everything that's transpiring, you have this one beautiful moment in the film where he still has the ability to laugh at children dressed in costume for Halloween because it causes him joy. He has the ability to stop and pet a white cat that was his cat and still is his cat. He has the ability to not want to interface with Sarah when he definitely wants to, because he feels that it's going to hurt her just by her knowing that he's back.
And it's going to hurt him too. It's going to cause him more stress.
So you have so many of these human moments in this film that we as an audience react to. I can't say that for. Spoiler alert, if no one has seen Rupert Sanders' The Crow 2024, we're probably going to get into that shortly, and it's not going to be a fun conversation because
my thing too is and I think this is why it's I get it. The problem with my problem with this new Crow, I mean, they've already done sequels, so it's like, look,
and a TV series.
Yeah, and a TV series. Look, to them, it's an IP, it's a money-making thing. And there have been people, Rob, that who have come out because Alex Proyas was vocal about it, and you had other online movie people who goes, who cares? The Crow is the Crow. You know what? Some people like it, some people don't, and everything else, and fuck him for whining and stuff like that. The thing is, that's an entirely it's a very opportunistic sort of way of thinking about it, in that sense, an exploitive way of thinking about it too, because it's like, well, no, you weren't there. You didn't make this movie that took on this entire unexpected, unplanned, unwanted life.
And also had to finish it after. They had to finish it after the tragedy.
That has got to haunt every day.
We have worked with the man who co-wrote that script.
Yeah, we know the writer of this movie.
Yes, we do.
We were there on set, got to know Brandon really, really well and everything. And even he says, there is not a day that goes by that I don't think about him.
Yeah.
David and I have had some, unfortunately, as we all do in our lives, we experience loss of people that are very, very close to us, and then we commiserate about it. And David and I have talked at length about his loss of Brandon, and how much that's impacted him. As we've talked about people that I've lost in my life too, and through those conversations, I feel like I, in some way, know Brandon, and what he brought, to the table, not just as an actor, and star of that film, but to everybody around him. That he was just such a source of light. That all said, before we even jump into the Crow 2024, I just want to preface it with, I like City of Angels, and I know that's probably not a popular thing to say. I don't think it's a perfect film, but I say that because I don't want to come across as like I'm the guy that's like there can never be another Crow movie. It can only be Proyas's film. I feel like
Tim Pope though had his heart in the right place.
Right, I agree,
And,
I feel
they were
like
trying to
there's
do something else.
yeah, I 100% agree with that. I feel like within that mythology, there's a lot of stories that could be told that are vastly different than the Eric Draven story, and would have audiences be very interested and also be a film that probably would sate what diehard Crow fans want as well. So I'm not coming into this trying to bash 2024. I think that the idea of doing a Draven Shelley story was a really bad idea from the start, and unneeded, to be honest. I feel like within development they already spike stripped themselves just by doing that, because it's really not pertinent to the narrative of this new movie. They could have been named anybody, and they should have been named anybody else. And I think Crow fans, of the original '94 film, would have been a lot more accepting, at least within the logline and synopsis. But having seen the movie, I feel that the film fails on absolutely every level, just even as a generic action film, even if it had nothing to do with the Crow universe.
Sean, I want to ask you something about our modern age. We live in a day now where anything that was previously made and is somewhat successful becomes a commodity to sell for a corporation.
Right.
And I don't want to be one of these like rage against the machine. Oh, the big corporations. But the problem is what is really I find interesting is all movies like no one. When Alex Proyas took on The Crow, is because he was passionate about making James O'Barr's story into a movie.
Right.
And so he took it upon himself. He coming from his indie film roots and the technologies. I mean, he used miniature sets. He used all kinds of things. I mean, he brought all of his knowledge to bear to create something that was a work of art that would transcend both the comic and the medium of cinema, to create something that resonated with audiences. And now we live in a world where the corporations that are owning all this stuff, they don't know why The Crow worked. They just look at numbers and spreadsheets and all that. And so I would ask you, we now live in a world where all of these things keep getting reimagined. And by the way, as Lionsgate has learned, even though their cover, they only paid a minimum guarantee. I think they paid $10 million for the rights and $15 million in marketing. So their exposure is not horrible, because the movie looks to be making $5 million this weekend. But
then nothing after that.
No, but the question I would ask of you is, why is it that the corporations that are buying these things are not doing the deep dives to understand why they resonated with audiences? The Crow it came out, by the way, this year on 4K, a beautiful 4K transfer of the movie, and thank God for its 30th anniversary. And Miramax, New Line, when they were able to put it out, or what? Oh no, it was Miramax. That they always treated it well on home video. A lot of special features. They knew it was a special film, and yet the people, and Ed Pressman owned it for a long time. His company does. Why is it that there isn't an understanding at the corporate level of why these things resonated? You can't just remake anything willy-nilly.
I think you have to be just personally passionate about an IP to understand it, to start off with. I mean, and also this is just the movie making business. I mean, it's a business. People are in it to make money. So I get it. If they have the rights to an IP, they're going to try to, get all the blood out of that stone as often as they can. What's crazy to me is that there has been some really amazing creatives attached, over the last 20 plus years, or however long they've been trying to get, another Crow movie off the ground, that were really at war often with the companies that were wanting to produce these films, and they just wouldn't listen to the artist, whether that be Javier Gutierrez when he was attached and he really wanted to do a very loyal film adaptation of O'Barr's source material. And I thought Javier's heart was in the right place and he really understood it, but the company did not. They felt that it was a superhero property. They just don't understand what it is.
Right.
So I mean, I don't have a simple answer to that. Again, it's a business, but I think we've got a lot of people that are like, who's the director on this project? What's the log line? Sure, let's make that. And that's not what making a movie is about.
Rob, if I may,
You please.
chime in here a little bit. I think one of the things that's been changing, and I think we've seen it now in, say, the past 20 years. That's been changing more and more. Is that, that was the thing. Studios would back artists like Alex Proyas, like David Fincher. They would, these people. And that's sort of changed now, where it's like we want to hire someone, but now the film business is becoming less and less about artists and more about corporations and people who've never been on a set telling you, we've done marketing and polls and everything, and we hear that the kids like this, or we've seen that this movie did well, so we got to have this type of stuff in it, or we don't want to have that in it. I think that's part of the thing, is that whether they're spending a huge amount of money or not on these things, they're not trusting the artists anymore. They're homogenizing these movies into these carefully crafted and correlated things that they think the audience wants to see. So you get something that feels like a little bit of everything and absolutely nothing sort of its own.
Yeah.
And the other problem, I think, remaking this movie again, the Crow mythology, just the Crow. Forget Eric Draven, forget Chili. There's such an opportunity and openness to be able to do so many different types of stories and different things that it really doesn't matter that it's Eric Draven or Shelley. And I don't know why they chose that, especially given the way the first movie is. Then I wouldn't have a problem with this movie. I mean, ultimately, I really don't care. But the other thing is, this movie was so influential on so many movies, and is in the look, the style, the editing, and so many, and the music and song choices and everything else, throughout the years since it came out, from things like the Batman to Seven, all these things, so many, of these
Right.
sort of gothic-y feel action revenge flicks, owe a debt to this movie, and Proyas is not recognized for it. He's not credited for it. Scow's not credited or recognized for it either. And the thing is, it's like, but so many have taken from it that maybe that's why. I mean, nothing in this new movie, from what I've seen with the trailers, looks anything stylistically like it. And
No, it's
so you want to divorce yourself from the source material so much. I'm not saying I want a carbon copy of the original. God knows I don't. But at least, but to me, it's like, fine. Your limbo is a train depot station or whatever. It's just, to me, it just seems weird. But ultimately, what I think the problem is, and it happens on all levels. Forget even like large budgets. A director, even on a low budget thing, a lot of the time, but we are getting some. We're getting Cuckoo, we're getting Oddity, we're getting In a Violent Nature. Some things that are being done where they're letting the artist do something. I'm not saying let the artist run wild, but it's like, you're not spending that much money. Give him a little rope.
Well, okay. Let me, before we jump into this conversation, because I can't wait to get to this. Some people have sent in some super chats. Chemist said, "Watch Strange Darling now." People love this movie. I can't wait to see it.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is about that, I bought tickets for Strange Darling's date just because I didn't want to spend money on The Crow, and then walked in to see The Crow, which means I will be going back to the theater tomorrow to buy another pair of tickets for Strange Darling to actually see that movie.
The way it should be.
So there you go.
Right.
Carry on with the super chat.
RRTNZ says, The Crow 2024, why remake a unique classic film? It was never going to be as good. So why bother?
Well, because all they're going is like, oh, it's The Crow. It's a known title. It's based on a comic book. Comic books are popular. Great, let's do that. And the thing is, it was pushed by the Pressman estate or Jeff Most estate or both of them or whatever you want. However, because again, they've got this title that they go.
But if it isn't,
make a couple bucks.
But if it diminishes the brand, here's what
but it'll never diminish that original movie, which they still
but their brand. I mean, the thing is, this movie gets made, and
they didn't go into it wanting to make a bad movie.
But no.
Oh, I mean, I feel this movie's so bad, Dave. I feel like somebody actively tried to make a bad film.
Yeah, and they know
so bad. It feels like the director is actively trying to punish the audience just by walking into this theater.
I mean, I don't think that. It was like, it would be interesting to be able to like talk to the director, like, privately and stuff like that.
Let me go off on a tangent before we even get into what this movie actually is, because I've been really pissed this week, and I'm at a point where I'm like, I don't care, because am I going to upset somebody? Sure, that's fine. I'm not sharpening daggers at anybody. I'm always wanting to be very, very supportive of an artist's work, whether I like it or not, because art is subjective. My opinion is just my opinion.
Sure.
But the PR and the marketing surrounding this movie, and they knew this movie was a bad movie from the test screenings earlier this year.
Oh yeah,
which were abysmal. And yeah, did they play with the cut a little bit? Did they try to improve it? Sure. Did they succeed? Absolutely not. But watching what marketing was doing within the last week, which was trying to capitalize on Brandon's tragic passing in order to get people into the theater for The Crow 2024, which already the prediction numbers were terrible, and nobody wanted to see this movie based on the images that they'd released and the trailer that they released, which incidentally pretty much shows the entire movie within the trailer.
Yeah, it really does.
That marketing was so cynical. For Sanders to sit there and say, "Oh, we didn't use any actual guns with firing mechanisms on this shoot because we want it to be a safe shoot," therefore trying to again capitalize on this tragedy that happened in 1993 was disgusting. And in the same moment, he says, and that was really expensive for us because, we had a limited VFX budget. And I'm thinking, bitch, please. You had a $50 million budget on this movie, shot in Prague. And we all know how far that goes in Czech Republic. So this marketing was just so disgusting to me.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I haven't seen any of that marketing. And
it was everywhere.
I would have agreed with you. It was like, that's not only tacky, it's just offensive.
It's terribly offensive. So I mean, again, whatever. That's not on necessarily the director, the filmmakers. That's definitely marketing.
But still, yeah.
But it's gross. And, that and the fact that a direct quote from Sanders. He's been spending all this time trying to say this isn't a studio movie. It's a scrappy independent production.
Oh, fuck off with $50 million. Fuck you.
Thank you. I'm like, what are you even saying? You have a $50 million budget and this is a scrappy indie production. Okay, buddy. So whatever, these things happen. I mean, Hollywood can be gross. We all know that. And then we, get to the release, which has been obviously met.
$5 million. Jesus, did Borderlands open to better?
Yes, it did. And yes, but right. but it costs a little bit more. I mean, it was an acquisition.
Yeah.
But here's okay.
I mean, I walked into the theater at a 120 screening in the big room, at Lemley's today, and there was 4 people in the theater, 2 of which were Sarah and I. And
Saturday afternoon.
But
I've never seen a theater so empty for any opening of any studio pick, because let's not get this wrong, it's a studio movie.
Yeah,
but ever. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, I guess bad word of mouth, or maybe nobody cared.
But okay, here's the thing that frustrates me about where our business is at. People think an existing IP is by definition something that's marketable. And no one ever thinks about why that IP became what it is in the first place. I mean, The Crow, I can understand. If you're looking at a spreadsheet, The Crow has multiple sequels. It's got a TV series, comic book. From a if you're just a corporate functionary and you went to an Ivy League business school and you have an MBA and you're hired by a studio, which is what they do, you're looking at something on a spreadsheet looking like, okay, this makes sense. The first movie came out 30 years ago.
But, a hot mover, a hot topic.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Those people are only looking at a spreadsheet. And those people are looking, and their decisions that they make they're sound based on the information they have. And I keep going back to in 2002 when I was working at Curdy Peller and I was tasked with the idea of making a documentary on the making of Tron. We're all working on Fellowship of the Ring, and Michael Pellerin says, Rob, you like Tron. I already did this Laserdisc set, and I go in and I had a meeting at Disney, and they said to me, they're like, well, our research tells us that no one's interested in Tron, and just give us 10 or 15 minutes documentary. And I looked at them and I'm like, I said, you're wrong. I mean, I'm in this meeting. I'm like, you're wrong and your research is wrong. Cut to, I made an 88-minute feature-length documentary. I got Jeff Bridges. I got Bruce Boxleitner. I got Cindy Morgan. And cut to, it was nominated for Best Independent Documentary of the Year. MASH beat it, but whatever. But the point was, I said to Disney, I go, who did you poll? Where did you get the idea that no one wanted to see Tron come out? And they said, well, we polled mothers who had children 5 years old or younger. And I looked at them and I said, even the mothers don't know what Tron is. I said, every gamer in the world, everyone knows Tron now. The sales figures on that double disc 20th anniversary Tron disc, it was their biggest selling catalog title of 2002.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I think that, to your point, the corporate functionaries don't know what they're doing half the time, and it's really sad that, their findings and reports, quote unquote, have such a direct impact on storytelling, on artists telling stories.
They don't know,
and I also hate to sit and that was kind of one of the things that I was thinking about today. Like, I really don't want to bash this film. Because I hate bashing filmmakers. We all know how hard it is to make a movie. Yeah. And we know how hard it is to make a movie, that we even like after we've made it. It is such a journey. So I always just want to be supportive. I've spent my entire career as an entertainment journalist supporting independent film, and happily doing so. I spent my entire career as an entertainment journalist not wanting to be a critic because I didn't want to have to tear down people's movies. So to get to this point and have to talk about, this film, I had some trepidation in regards to, and I'll still talk about it. It was it's a misfire from start to beginning, and a cynical one at that.
Yeah, this time it's personal.
No, that's the problem. That's the problem I have.
Again, Bob, like I was saying,
but but it is so cynical. The idea that you can just reimagine The Crow, meh. And we've seen this. We've seen this with RoboCop. Total Recall. I mean, how many films get reimagined really badly?
I mean, I think that's a pass. I think you get a pass on a lot of those movies, though, too. I think, depending on, what microcosm of fandom you're talking to. The Crow, again, going back to the top of this conversation, is, there's something that resonates on a spiritual and emotional level to people with this film. It's not just a B sci-fi film. And there needs to be some reverence for that source material. And I don't feel that the screenwriter, and I'll use that term loosely on this movie, or the director or the editor or the cinematographer cared a lick about any of that. Because there's nothing on screen. It's the cinematography is flat. The editing is flat. The movie's straight up boring. The characters have lost all their purity and nobility. It's literally was one of the hardest things I've ever had to sit through in my life. this film. It's
because you already knew you didn't want to be there.
No, I wanted to go in with, I do with anything. I was keeping my expectations low because, why wouldn't you? We already knew what was transpiring after the test screening. But I still want to go in and give any artist a fair shake. And I did, and it was, I watched it. I was, lucid and paying attention and there for the experience. And the experience was literally one of boredom. If you took this movie out of the Crow universe and it was just a standalone action picture, it would have been just a. It would have been. It would have been terrible. Right. I mean, it would have been boring and half-ass as it is. There's no discernible villains in this movie. I couldn't tell you any of their names, what their backstories were, what was going on. Houston's character, I don't even know what that was. It's mumbo jumbo after mumbo jumbo. Shelley and Eric are not likable. They have no chemistry on screen whatsoever. The mission keeps changing for whatever reason nobody can decipher. The soundtrack is terrible. There's a random Joy Division song shoved in there that has nothing to do with what's transpiring on screen, and it's so awkward. You're like, wow,
oh my God, don't get me started. Like, for real? Joy Division?
Yes. I don't know. I mean, look, we could talk about the character design, which is flawed, which people have already talked about that enough. I don't think there's any reason to go on about that. I mean, but he was cribbed off of a Jared Leto Joker. I don't get it. I don't get the SoundCloud rapper vibe. I don't get him. I don't get
but that's what the young kids are going to relate to.
No, apparently the young kids are not relating to it.
No, I mean, but that's the problem, and the thing is, and look, Sean, I think you can talk about this, but I'm not going to put you in that situation, but you're very closely tied to a famous franchise that really is made much more. It's not made so much by artists as it is by corporate greed and entities that determine in a lot of ways sort of where these storylines are going to go, how they're going to be made, what's going to be in it, what's not going to be in it, and stuff. Before it's like these things are like, welcome aboard. Here's your list of rules and your do's and don'ts that you can't do. And it's like, that's how you're starting a process on a picture.
I mean, I can't really.
I know you can't say specifically.
Speak to that in regards to that specific franchise because I'm not in those rooms for those conversations. But I certainly can say that it happens with other franchises.
Yeah. You can see it happening with so many. And with this one too, because again, like Rob was saying, it's like someone's looking at a spreadsheet. The problem is that movies are, now, companies and stuff, they're not run by people who love movies and respect.
I mean, well, look, I mean, when
enjoy movies, even they don't even bother watching them. And I guarantee you, their whole attitude is this: no one even knows who the fuck Brandon Lee is or what The Crow was. They've heard the title, they see the T-shirts and shit like that at Hot Topic. It's like. So it's in the zeitgeist, but no one remembers that movie anymore. That's their cynical view of movies.
I think when you have a bunch of tech companies buying up a bunch of film studios, all they're doing is applying metrics. They don't care about the art, and that's the thing. Like, even going back to when we were talking about The Exorcist earlier, which Rob loved so much, and what came away from that conversation was he loves the story. He loves the human story of that tale, right? The horror elements do come in; they do factor.
No, it's a story about a human being who lost his faith in God, a man of the cloth.
But so many of those elements we're just dipped back into The Exorcist really quick. So many of those horror elements in there are elements that are completely grounded outside of the supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
You watch that movie as a kid, and you're like, oh my God, she vomited green puke. I'm terrified, and her head spun around. And that's what you come away with. You watch that movie as an adult, and this fear for your child's health and safety and the loss of family and the loss of self, all of these things are playing out before that moment happens in the movie where you're like, oh no, she's actually possessed by something. You're like, oh, this just could be a medical condition. And that unto itself is terrifying. It's those stories, those human stories that sweep us up and make us stop thinking about what's transpiring around us.
Well, again, you can put yourself in those shoes. You can relate to the fact, the helplessness of not being able to help your child.
Right.
The helplessness of losing your faith in humanity, in yourself, in God, whatever you want. Those things are relatable.
Let me ask you guys something. I mean, what I find very interesting about cinema and storytelling is that we live in a strange world where successful stories are now codified as, or they're put on a spreadsheet as successful product to sell. So you look at box office, like if this movie made this much, like Ghostbusters, you know, Ghostbusters came out 40 years ago. It's the 40th anniversary of Ghostbusters.
I think one of the things that we have to talk about,
Rob,
really,
we are old.
to limit this is like what American studios are producing, though.
Well,
right?
no,
we're really talking about an American film output at this point. Like you watch French cinema, they're still making films.
No, I think
taking chances.
No, I think that's an incredible a point to make, because I think the big problem with American cinema is that it's become a global enterprise. Mm-hmm. It used to be like all countries, we made films for the domestic market. American humor does not travel, so comedies would not make money globally. But what happened was, in the last 30 years, our movies became a global phenom. We're still breaking down our movie box office by domestic and international. Mm-hmm. And in doing that, the studios, look, I love my mid-budget Hunt for Red October. John McTiernan, I love Hunt for October. An adaptation of a book. It's beautifully directed by John McTiernan. That was a $30 million movie. You look at it now, you're like, this must have cost $150 million. It didn't. And they didn't know whether it would be a big hit, but it was a $30 million movie. Can you imagine today making a movie like Hunt for Red October for $30 million? That movie would have made $500 million globally today.
I think the thing is, when you're watering it down, you know, a perfect example is like looking at Red Dawn, the original, and then Red Dawn, the remake. You know, one film was made for America and had a message. The other film was watered down to appeal to everyone. And which one of those films do you watch if you're going to watch Red Dawn?
By the way, that's a great example, because they had to change in that film. The original villains were the Chinese. Right. And after it was done, they're like, oh, we have to appeal to the Chinese market. So they had to go into post-production and vastly change that film. And they had to use digital technology to wipe away all the Chinese iconography and made it the North Koreans.
Right.
To appease, and to me, that's an insane idea, that we have to appease international markets to make sure that we don't upset them. And look, I get it from a monetary standpoint, I understand, but you're capitulating as a company. You're taking art, and I understand cinema is the great meeting of art and commerce, but all the great movies were made by people that weren't trying to make the most money in the world. They were trying to make the best movies in the world. Yeah. And, you know, one of my favorite films of all time is Bob Fosse's All That Jazz. And I wanted to be an editor because of that film. That movie blew me away in terms of it's taking real life and fantasy and the idea of being an artist and what does that mean. I saw it when I was 12 years old. It was our movie night for our family, my mom and dad, my sister. We all went. I was completely blown away by this film. It would never, ever get made today. And if it was made today, it would be a 10-episode streaming series. Mm-hmm. And what we're seeing, I was joking about this. Presumed Innocent. One of the actors, PJ Byrne, who I love, who's in my audio drama that I'm directing right now, just got signed on to be in The Rainmaker, the series. Coppola made The Rainmaker. Not one of his top tier films, but I love that movie. The performances in it are so good. Matt Damon, Mickey Rourke. I mean, there's so many good Claire Danes. I love The Rainmaker. Now they're going to make it as a 10-part series. And what I think is our society has been diminished by the idea that every single bit of art has to be commercial. And I understand it costs a lot of money. But at the end of the day, somebody should do something that doesn't necessarily have to be measured by profit.
Well, no, I mean, I agree, but I also feel like we can make the decision to watch what we want to watch and watch what we don't want to watch, you know? And if the box office this weekend with The Crow 2024 is any indication, the audience has spoke, and they didn't want to see this one.
But how did the people that spent the money, how did they not know it? How was this movie greenlit?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
I don't think I could actively make a movie that bad if I tried. You know, and certainly I'm not sitting here being like I'm some amazing filmmaker, because, you know, I'm not. I'm an artist. We're learning like everybody else. But as an audience member, as a horror fan, as a film fan, as a fan of story, as a fan of script structure, as a fan of wanting to have something that's going to engage me emotionally, it fell flat on every aspect. I mean, like, I'm wondering what your thoughts on it were, Rob, because we've already heard mine. Like, I mean, I could get into the minutia. I don't know if we necessarily need to, but it's just, it was a oof. I was kind of reeling when I left. I literally kind of reeling when I left the theater. I was like, to the point I said to Sarah, I'm like, I would rather watch Eddie Furlong's Wicked Prayer, like, on repeat.
Oh, wow.
Or potentially masturbate with a power sander, than rewatch this movie, because at least either Wicked Prayer or masturbating with a power sander is going to give me a reaction. My reaction to the 2024 was like astonishment and boredom simultaneously.
Here's the thing that I did not understand.
That in a review. It's going to be funny.
No, okay. The characters of Eric and Shelley in the original, the 94 Crow, the audience loves them. The audience is shown, whether you're rich or poor. We all, watching that movie, wish we could have the relationship that they have. And it is your immediate. I mean, I understand the way it's done. We see the flashbacks and the love they share, the romance of it all, the fact that they have nothing, but yet they've turned their entire existence into this magical, larger than life fairy tale realm that they live in. They've taken their horrible circumstance and made it something better. You, the audience, love them. In this new movie, Eric Draven and Shelley are fucking douchebags. I hate
100%.
I hated them, and I was like, how do you not understand that the characters in The Crow? The thing about Eric Draven and Shelley is that they have taken their meager existence and basically the first circle of hell, which is what the Detroit they live in is. They've created, despite all their hardships, a true romantic wonderland where their love can flourish.
Yeah, and have built a nest to exemplify that. You know, and in the smallest flashbacks that we even get in that movie that set up that entire
by the way, brilliantly done.
Brilliant. I mean, just from the simple fact that there's a pan on fire on the stovetop, and he says restaurant, and she laughs, and we know everything we need to know about this couple right there. We get to 2024, and I've got to sit through 40 minutes, roughly, of these two recovering addicts. And look, I'm not trying to say anything negative in regards to people that are struggling with addiction whatsoever. I want to preface that, but this is supposed to be their character arc. So now they meet, and this is supposed to be such a life-changing, defining moment. This coming together of these two people. So what do? Do they, to your point, while living in the layer of hell, blossom and strengthen one another and strengthen each other? Or do they just go out and do drugs and smoke a bunch of weed and go to some raves and
Woo!
and have some friends that apparently they didn't have, because it's already been set up that they are recluse. They don't know anybody, but apparently they've got friends that they just want to go swimming with. I don't even know. I'm watching this movie and I'm like, I don't like any of these people. There was no chemistry between the two of them. I feel that Twigs cannot act whatsoever.
No.
I like Skarsgård, but I did not like him in this movie. I feel like he did the best with what he was given. Like the only positive thing I can say about this movie, I had to find one positive. Skarsgård is ripped. And that was a really good life choice he made for whatever movie that he was doing. Like this whole last year, he was like, I'm going to do this Boy Against World thing. I'm going to do The Crow.
Which, by the way, I loved. Boy Against World.
And I'm like, and look, I'm in the gym all the time too. So I'm like, I know what work he put in for that.
Mm-hmm.
No, of course.
Massive respect. No, I have massive respect.
Just like, he's ripped. I'm like,
but this doesn't
you're going all fanboy on him right now.
Right, but this doesn't make a movie.
No,
but no,
this doesn't make a movie.
He's a good. But the thing is, he's a great actor. I mean, I haven't seen the movie, and he.
But here's.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't think anyone's arguing that he's a great actor. He was great as Pennywise, I thought.
Oh yeah,
he's a very good actor that comes from a lineage of a family of great actors and everything.
Look, I've been a fan of Skarsgård since Hemlock Grove, which
but again, I just
wildly weird series, but I always thought he was great in it.
Okay,
and he probably signed on for something that he thought was going to be very different, and then it's sort of like, I mean, I've seen a few. I've only a few of the talk show circuit interviews. He just doesn't look like he wants to be there.
Okay.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't look like he wants to be there, and he's already been kind of backtracking the last few weeks in regards to this film. In the most
by the way,
subtle of ways, but we all pick up on it, and I get that. Like, you as an actor come in and you do your best job, you give it your all. You have no idea what the director or the editor, what takes they're going to select or how they're going to cobble that together. Right? You as an actor are putting all of your trust in these people to like finish that story.
It's a job. You go to work, you act, and you don't know how it's going to ever be.
Right.
But here's another. But here's another thing that really bothered me about this movie. In the original Crow, and in the comic, as Sarah will tell you in the first film, and the involvement of Sarah and her mother is an important component of the film, and I think I don't think it's in James O'Barr's original comic, but the fact that we're Sarah, we the audience is her, and
right.
and she, dare I say, the entire original Crow film could be seen through her eyes, and it's her coming of age story. It's her. She's learning about the world and all this, and she's learning
about life and death. It starts with her.
Yeah, it starts. It's
with
such
her and Ernie Hudson,
and
right.
She's a wonderful. It's a wonderful thing, and but what I'd like to say that really bothered me, despite the fact that all that element is gone from the film, they added an extra layer of supernatural elements.
Oh, you mean
I hear the villain. I hear the villain has supernatural.
Yeah,
the mumbo jumbo on top of mumbo jumbo.
I mean, yeah, and I'm watching this and I'm like, okay, so a character is working for the devil, and he's now the reason he didn't just kill Shelley. It wasn't a rape and murder. It was he's sacrificing her soul to the devil. My problem
for his own immortality, and this is a guy we don't know.
I mean,
care to know, or it doesn't factor whatsoever into what is supposed to be that actual tapestry and ethos of the Crow unto itself. It's just
100%, man.
Somebody threw in there.
Because what it does is it takes away the onus from humanity. I mean, the thing about top dollar and all of those people in the original. First of all, Michael Wincott. Go ahead.
Oh my God, love Michael Wincott.
But here's the thing that I was going to say. I wonder if they sort of did that in this new movie, having not seen it and everything, because they looked at what Michael Wincott and Ba Ling's character did in the original. They were cutting out eyes. They were burning eyeballs. She was into mysticism in some way or another. So I just wonder if that was like their sort of like expanded, weird new interpretation of kind of what was in that movie.
That could have been a weird interpretation of it.
Done wrong, but yeah.
I think that's fair. But I think like you can't go full, and you know what I was going to say on that. It's like, look, I'm a tangent real quick right now, but it's the same thing that pissed me off about like Long Legs, for instance, which everybody's been fawning over this movie. And if you haven't seen it, I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. I just want to know why in this movie, and there's a lot of questions I have about this movie, but why the fuck the devil, the guy, he needs like some weird doll MacGuffin to get into your house to do the devil's work.
Don't forget the silver sphere.
Yeah, right. I think like Fox News does that every day. They just get into your house and it's fine. But I was just like, what the fuck? And that's the thing with The Crow. I'm like, okay, now we got Danny Houston, and he's like the big bad, but we really don't care. We really don't understand anything about him. Great, he wants to be immortal, but he's also kind of bothered by his immortality. Like, oh God, why am I still having to deal with this? He's got a bunch of minions that are supposed to be carrying out his shit, but none of them are decipherable from the next, like, Eastern Czech, heavy, bad white guy with a gun. I don't know who any of these people are. Sense of momentum.
Hey, Rob, it seems like your feed is just buffering.
No.
It's back on. It's back on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're good.
It's just, yeah. I mean, you know what? Look, if there's people out in the theater that are going to see this movie this weekend or in the future watching this movie and they super enjoy it, then that's great. I mean, I think that's what, entertainment is supposed to do, is to entertain, and art is subjective. For me, I felt this film was like anything but entertaining. I'm sad that I watched it. I'll never get that 2 hours back ever again. And but on the plus side, I don't ever have to watch it again. So,
and I never have to watch it.
No, okay. You don't. You just don't. I mean, I would.
I can just watch. I'll just throw on the original again.
Yes, I mean, as I do often, and there's always something new to discover in that film. And
the nice thing is, even if there isn't anything new, for some reason, this could be an interesting tangent that maybe we go off on a little bit, because I want you guys to be able to finish your talk about this and stuff like that. But there are certain movies, and The Crow, for me at least, is one of them, where it holds the effect that it has on me has not diminished.
Me neither. I agree with that.
Where it hits me and works on me as if I've just seen it for the first time again, which is really rare, because most movies don't do that.
It's never.
It's magic. It's magic in a bottle, and
there's a few of those movies for me.
They've been trying to recapture that magic for a long time. I don't know if you ever necessarily can. One of the things that bothers me about how abysmal this new film is that I'm wondering if it's gonna, kind of like make people think maybe we shouldn't produce anything more in the J.O. universe. Maybe we shouldn't make another Crow movie. And I hope that's not the case. I think there's a lot of stories out there within that universe. There's been a lot of great comics. There's a lot of great books. Clash by Night, I always wanted to see that optioned and developed, which was amazing. There's been a lot of great material that was derived from Obar's premise.
I wish that they could do something more with it, because it's like I wish that someone could do something with the Crow franchise akin to Prey.
Right.
The Crow is begging for for a Western.
Oh no, 100%. I mean, it's timeless. You can put,
medieval times or the future, even, you know, far into the future potentially. I just think there's so much more that could be done than just treading over
because it's
material.
because of the mythology, because of how simple the story literally is. It's not limited, so anybody could be the Avenger. It doesn't have to be the ripped white guy, right?
No,
it doesn't have to be. Like, you could tell this story is timeless and universal, and I hope people keep, you know, writing and working with this universe. I hope we see new Crow movies in the future. I would love that. You know, I'm again, I hate tearing down people's work.
I mean, there was a lot of interesting attempts to do stuff that was in development for a long time. I mean, my friends who do this podcast called Best Movies Never Made right now is doing a two-part, two episode on Rob Zombie's The Crow, which was a futuristic Halloween.
Did you read the script for that?
Crow. I have the script. Yeah, I've read the script. It's very Rob Zombie.
Yes, it's very Rob Zombie.
I'm not sure it's the Crow that we need or anything, but at least it wasn't Eric Draven. He was doing something different. He was doing his own thing with it, everything. But again, it's like, oh, that's interesting.
Well, that was called, like, wasn't it like The Crow 2027, I believe?
Something, or 2045 or so. It was
something. I remember Universal, when I was still working there at the time, where like somebody in marketing had like made a bunch of buttons. Like,
he also
buttons for that.
he had the artist Dan Brereton do artwork for him too. That was pretty interesting.
Right.
But okay, here's the thing about, you know, we have Alien Romulus out in theaters now, making money.
Don't get me started.
Look, I already did a show on it, and people are so mad at me, and I'm friends with the president of 20th Century Studios, and everyone thinks, you know, I'm a dick for. Here's I think what
that
most
movie's a mess.
What most people want from a film. They want meaning. When you come out, the thing about The Crow, the reason it's resonated for the last 30 years is because the people that watch it believe in it. They believe in the message. They believe in Sarah. They believe in Eric. And they believe in Shelley. And they believe in Ernie Hudson's character. And they believe in everybody in the worst world that could possibly exist, which is the Detroit of that movie on Devil's Night. There is still love. And there's still passion.
Well,
and there's still...
Even
the supernatural wants to come back and help you. And but here's the thing: there's that romantic.
Because obviously, you were saying that you know people want movies that they can. What again? Say that again.
They want something that they can relate to.
And but the thing is, just like, but Alien Romulus is very popular. Sometimes they just want aliens doing fucked up shit.
No.
Well, right. But I mean, with the Crow, I think you take to Rob's point. I mean, I think you can take out all of the pulp out of the narrative, and you really want to boil this down. You could take all the revenge out of the narrative. You could take all these things out of the narrative, and I think what the audience still takes away is the sense of hope. We're all lonely in some way.
100%. And Eric Draven cares
in some way in their life, and they're trying to find connection. And they, even if, you know, as cynical as they may be, everybody wants to believe in true love, and everybody wants to believe in that person that's going to have your back, that's your ride or die, that's your forever, and have that purity within a very noisy existence that we all have.
Yes.
The Crow is emblematic of that. Regardless of the tragedy, you know, like in a narrative capacity within the film, we're already given that world. To Rob's point, that these people have carved this out within this nightmare abyss, and they have that. And I think as an audience, why it still resonates with Dave, it still resonates with so many people in the '94 film, because like that's what we still want, and that's what we still work towards.
But the other thing is too, sorry Rob, let me just throw it just to say, but the other reason people love The Crow too is, you know, the fucking action, the running on the roofs, the music pounding, the blasting, the band playing, the taking, ever. You know, shots with bullets and shit like that.
Of course,
all that stuff is like as impactful and is important to The Crow as the romances.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Lots of movies have that though.
But not in that. We hadn't seen it in the presented.
No.
And in 2024 we have no romance.
That's the thing.
But the other thing is,
and we have no action. So,
but also where the Crow, because of the world that it creates and everything, the original Crow, the 94. What's great about it is every character, every small little character, except for some of the cannon fodder that's in the big shootout scene and stuff like that, they're all characters, whether they have one line or two lines. It's the thing is that movie. It's the culmination of every, not just cinematography, but costume design and acting and everything. Yeah. It's just like, it's John Polito's fucking coke nail. It's the attention to detail to make these characters unique amongst themselves within this world is also really impressive.
But I also think at the end of the day, and this is what I was struck by watching this new version of the movie, the entirety, let's not forget even the music score.
Oh yeah.
I mean the not the source cues. The songs are amazing.
Graham Revell's score.
But Graham Revell's actual score, na 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 na. I mean, there is heart. There's a heart that pulses throughout the entirety of that film from the time it opens, the opening of the movie. And by the way, even the theatricality when it's shot against a backdrop and it's miniature sets and the way there is the theatricality, but the unrealness of the film that also creates a verisimilitude. There's a verisimilitude in the unreality of it, and at the end of the day, there is blood. There's real heart pumping through that movie. I watched this Crow, and I kept waiting. There's no heart at all in it.
No, there's not.
There's not one single element of romance, and there's no Sarah, there's no Darla, there's no the Crow takes a side journey to go set Sarah's mother straight. Like he's come back from the dead to avenge Shelley's murder, but you know what? He has enough time to be like, your child was our proxy daughter. And you are fucking her up. And you know what? God is the name of mother on the lips and hearts of all children. And he sucks the morphine. Or mother is the lips of God. Yeah. Okay. But still, the point is, they didn't have to put that in the movie. If you got a studio note for this movie, maybe there was that. They took it all out. Maybe that there was a sub.
But again, that's the problem. It's like, we're getting, it sounds like, and again, I haven't seen it, but it sounds like we're comparing a movie that was made by artists and craftsmen and people who, were there to make something really unique and really different, and it became trend-setting and groundbreaking in stylistic and musical ways and visual ways that we hadn't really experienced or seen before. And then this one is the cynical version.
No, it's 100% the cynical version. I don't think they understood the source material. I feel like they had some notes. It was like, okay, well, these two people have to meet, fall in love. They're going to die. There's got to be some supernatural thing in there, and make sure some crows fly around and go. And that's it. And you watch this movie, the cinematography's flat. I can't even remember the score at this point. I can't even recall anything aside from that weirdly placed Joy Division song. Any music that was in this movie aside from.
I know there was an Enya cue from Sleepwalkers that was in it.
Okay, there was some really.
I was like, why is that in there?
Really irritating on the nose song with the atonal vocal in the third act that was cringy.
Rob, why am I on the screen, Rob?
Well, because you were talking, and I'll put all.
Look at Dave.
Thank you.
Come on, man. I mean, I'm editing as we are on the fly.
All right.
I was looking up actually the Enya song, which is called, I didn't actually get to the end of it, but it is the Sleepwalker song, and it's called. I know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I feel like, I don't know. At this point, I feel like we're beating a dead horse, which is interesting because that's how the movie starts, with a dead horse, and we should have known
I
where we're
heard
going right
that.
there.
I did hear that. And then the only other thing that people say about it is, well, it's really gory. It gets really gory.
It's really not. It's really, look, as horror fans and all of the horror films that we consume, it's literally not that gory. And the gore that actually is placed in this film, like if you're dealing with like gag gore type thing, it seems misplaced in this movie. It doesn't feel like it should be in this movie.
No, especially the whole end opera attack.
Right.
Where it gets and look, here's the
Opera,
thing.
you say?
Oh yes, an opera.
Opera, you say? Subtle.
Severin,
Subtle, you say?
Severin, get that box set. But
Wait for the recall disc.
oh, come on, man, they do some good work.
But
But
they had a recall disc
I
for
know,
it.
I know.
What? That's not a bad thing to say. They're taking care of it. They're being responsible.
Severin's awesome.
They are.
Severin rules. But no, okay. Then let's change the discussion a bit. We hate this movie, and I don't. The cynical nature of why it was made bothers me. But here's the thing. Let's move. What I find interesting is the Crow is 30 years old, and there is this thought amongst corporations or whatever that you have to then reinvent, like Alien Romulus. You have to give this new generation, in order to keep these IPs alive, well, we have to give them a movie that's theirs, which I find interesting. I saw Alien when I was 12 in the 70s, and it changed my life. And now a corporation is now trying to make it relevant for 2024 audiences.
Again, like I said,
I think my problem with Alien Romulus wasn't the age of the characters in the movie.
I'm not talking about that.
Oh, okay. What do you mean? Because it's like
I'm talking about the fact that the concerns of the movie Alien when it was made is a product of the time it was being made. And there's a lot of undercurrents in that film that, especially H.R. Giger, they were going to make that movie and call it Star Beast. And sitting in the movie theater in 70 millimeter when I saw that movie with my grandfather, by the way, on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, but okay,
but
technical terms. Why?
But here's the thing. That movie meant something. It resonated with the time it was made. And 7 years later, when James Cameron made Aliens, he completely he took the premise of Alien and changed it, turned it into a Vietnam War film, which is amazing. When I watched Alien Romulus, it had nothing to say about today. Nothing.
But again, you've seen it all.
No,
the kids who
but the Alien films, as Charlie de Lauzirika told me on Thursday night, Alien is about birth, Aliens is about life, and the assembly cut of Alien 3 is about death.
Okay.
So you have now the thing about the Alien films is they always had an undercurrent of biological horror, of about the universe, of about life and death. And when I watched Alien Romulus, they didn't add to that. All they did was provide us a greatest hits of every other previous Alien film. And if you didn't get it, let's play a little bit of score.
What's Alien Resurrection?
Well, that's exactly what it is. You're resurrecting a franchise after it was done.
The only reason I'm just being sort of devil's advocate, because I find it interesting, because it's like I've seen some younger people who have like talked about Alien Romulus, and they go, it's their favorite Alien movie
because they've never
but they've seen all of them.
I think this is a conversation. I think it's delving into a conversation about nostalgia at this point as well as corporate cynicism in regards to IP. We were lucky enough, given our age bracket as kids, and young adults or whatever, to initially experience things like, Alien or Jaws or Halloween or whatever it may be, when they were fresh IPs and they really like.
Well, they weren't IPs. They were.
Well, you get.
They're planting a flag, but yeah.
All of us with our dumb film lingo now because we've been working in the industry, but those things were really made an impact on us. So for all of the new generations, when these new movies are coming out, that nobody's seen those films because they're old movies at this point, I guess. If they're able to be introduced to that world, whether it be Alien Romulus or whatever, and even The Crow, I suppose, and it resonates with them and it gives them interest in that IP, and they want to go back and look at the films that came before it, or the literary works that came before it, then I'm all about it. We as audience goers can just make the decision not to go see a remake or a sequel. Literally nobody's coming to my house and be like, you have to watch The Crow 2024.
No, but okay. I would ask you, Sean. One of the great things about what we saw from the mid 70s, actually, I'd go all the way back to Clockwork Orange in 71, The Exorcist in 73, and Texas Chainsaw in 74, and Jaws in 75. These movies changed our culture. And they move the needle in terms of how we saw ourselves, how we saw entertainment, and none of these movies were thought to be a part of an IP. They were made by passionate filmmakers who somehow convinced a movie studio. I mean, Universal, they made American Graffiti for less than $1 million, and it made them $150 million, and they didn't want to make Star Wars.
I mean, you know what? When you go back and you got to look at, what the movie business has been doing since day one. You can go back to the 20s and 30s with Universal, and they were like, "Hey, Dracula made some money, so we're going to make a bunch of Dracula movies. Frankenstein, Wolfman, whatever." And
Abbott and Costello.
A lot of those, and well, look, Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein is one of my favorite all-time comedies. But the point of the matter is, a lot of those movies, they were diminishing returns, and the audiences got tired of them. But the studios were able to make a bunch of money for a long time until the audiences were like, "I don't really want that anymore. You have to do something new." So there's no difference from then to now, except I think there's just such more of a volume of that now.
Right.
Well, I think the other thing is too, don't you guys agree that, Rob, when you mentioned like all those movies from back then, and they weren't IPs and everything, and that, there was more of a love and a respect for movies. The thing is, there was less options for entertainment at that point. You had books, you had...
No. That's absolutely true. Yeah,
3 television channels and everything else. Yeah. Now, the companies are fighting for people's attention and everything much more.
Dude, now it's a cacophony. You're absolutely right. It's a cacophony of noise. And it's like white noise. There's so much stuff.
That you have to literally make an effort to push things out of the way.
Absolutely, 100%.
But so I think that also makes a bit of a difference between those movies then, because they were more culturally impactful, because they really did impact.
Remember, I think the difference was, look, everyone always wanted to make money from movies. Well, but the studios, they didn't purport to know what movies should get made.
But they were run by people who loved movies.
Yeah, that's true. But they also relied on the filmmakers to bring them projects, and they had to be like, well, we should do it. Are we going to make this? Nowadays, the studios, like, they own an IP, and they're like, well, we have to figure out, like, who should we get to make this? And they look at a spreadsheet that's from the last couple of years. This person made this person made that. Let's hire this guy. And then when they hire somebody like Fede Alvarez, like Don't Breathe is a banger of a movie. That's an original film.
Evil Dead is a banger of a movie.
But that was based on someone else's IP. So yes, I would say.
No, I think Fede
is a very talented filmmaker.
He's a very talented filmmaker. Yeah. I didn't like Romulus just for narrative reasons, but
100%.
I think he did some amazing work in that movie.
100%.
I'm also and I'm going to use this. Dave's going to appreciate this this one. I'm a huge film noir, just so you guys didn't know. And one of my favorite things is how often.
Are you a true noir fan?
I am.
Come on now.
I'm a big fan of how many cigarettes Bogey smoked in Maltese Falcon, and I'm going to go about to do that right now. So I will see you in a minute, boys.
Well, Dave.
Yes. Hi. Sorry.
How's it going, dude?
I was interacting with the chat, which maybe now we should
Do some super chats.
Do some super chats. Why he?
We got some good ones too. We got some good ones.
And I will say I upset someone who was watching. I don't know if they are still. Who was like going, it would be more interesting if the three of you weren't all just haters and there was a counterpoint to your conversation. And I was like, thank you for the advice. I think everyone knows that we're not just haters, but you know, if there's something we hate, we hate. And I think you got a little offended and then went on a little bit there. So look, you know, I'm going to ruffle feathers every now and then. You're going to ruffle feathers every now and then. We're not going to please everyone, but no insult was intended. So I don't want one of your viewers to feel that they were just being blown off.
I appreciate that, but I mean, look, anyone who comes here who's been on this channel, I've done 986 episodes of my own show. We've done Midnight Metals. We've done Midnight Musings. I've done Let's Get Physical Media. This is not a channel of hate, and I understand new people. You know, sometimes it happens, but I apologize if you're upset.
I just want them to know that it's like, look, you were heard, and that you weren't like totally just blown off that way. Whether it came off that way with my answer, but
by the way,
hold on, before you, I want to get back into this marketing thing just a little bit quickly before we go into the super chat, because the thing is this: what you and I both know, and again. This is not to dog anything that happened with our experiences and stuff like that. But you and I both were in a marketing meeting, you know, to look at the poster for Hills Run Red,
yes,
and you could not have a more unenthusiastic group of people. One girl who was just a fucking assistant was face down on the fucking desk, half asleep, like she couldn't be bothered to be there. So all this stuff is really fucking pointed. You know, these people just don't give a shit, and it's actually, as a filmmaker, it's like, well, here, let me hand you the knife so you can dig in a little deeper, because you know we've only put 3 years of our fucking passion and love into this, and you're just like going, well, it is what it is.
Well, yeah. I totally agree. Okay, so we got some super chats here. We got people that have written in that have their opinions, and I love hearing from people. Scott Bartholomew said, "The Crow has aged like fine wine," which is true. Kinky Sphincter, who's been a member of this channel for 44 months. That's my favorite name because, you know,
and
everyone.
Guess what? Not the only one who lives up to that.
I was going to say, having a kinky sphincter is a good thing. Chemist said, "Strange Darling. There were 3 people in my theater, 35 millimeter. I was stoned as dick, no phones, 3 words, uncomfortable, tense, wild."
Okay.
Jay Wine became a member of the channel. Scott Bartholomew says, "The soundtrack to The Crow perfectly complemented Brandon Lee's performance." Oh, here we go. Oh, this is a good question. Major Chai Chai says, "What are your thoughts on the Creature from the Black Lagoon remake announced with James Wan directing?" What do you guys think?
For me, look, I know James personally. I mean, I think we all do.
Yeah.
And James is awesome, and
he's the nicest guy in the world.
He's a huge horror fan. You know, I think he's a good filmmaker. It's up to be seen. We'll see what he does with it. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I felt like Del Toro did a great Creature remake with Shape of Water.
I mean, isn't that the ultimate? Isn't that the ultimate Creature movie?
No.
Well, and I feel like, and also, again, I just feel like
you guys are a bunch of softy romantic motherfuckers here. Jesus Christ. Creature from the Black. No, I'm kidding.
I love, dude.
Guillermo did a great creature
the 54 movie is like, I love the 54 movie so much. I love that creature that creature design so much.
Me too.
I don't know if we need another creature from the Black Lagoon movie, personally. And look, I could be completely wrong. Like I said the same thing when they're like, oh, they're remaking The Fly. I'm like, really? Carpenter's doing The Thing. I'm like, really?
I know.
Then, look, both of those movies were great. So
you were too young to go really with The Thing. Come on.
No, I did
Dave
that.
Parker, I've been a cynical bastard for years. I think going back to The Crow really quick to wrap that thing up, a thought just came to me that like why that IP is so hard to crack. It's like trying to crack like a subculture. Like you're trying to crack punk rock, or you're trying to crack like death rock, or you're trying to crack goth. And all of these things are so mercurial unto themselves, but everybody that's within those subcultures really can understand authenticity. And if you're not somebody within that subculture that's making these movies that understands it, like it's not going to work. So you can even go even past the 94 version. I'll bring up City of Angels again. While it's not a perfect movie, it feels lived in and it feels right.
But Tim Pope knew he was part of it in real life. He was living in that world.
It comes down to Pope's being part of it in real life. It comes down to Terry King, who was one of my closest friends, who's an amazing fashion designer. And she did a lot of costuming for that movie that was uncredited. She did everything for Iggy. This woman designed clothes for Skid Row, Guns N' Roses, David Bowie, Nine Inch Nails. Like there's so many Rolling Stone covers her clothes were featured on. And all that stuff feels very authentic within that film.
Yeah.
So I think for people going back later and trying to like, let's make this. Like even you look at Crow Salvation, for instance, and like the script is not a bad script. It's a pretty good script. It was just a terrible execution.
Yeah.
The movie just felt cheap, and it was a terrible execution by people that didn't understand that subculture. And you can't teach a filmmaker or an executive or anybody what that subculture is. They, in their mind, see goth as like, oh, my kid's on Jenny Jones, and I gotta like give her a makeover, right? They don't
Way to go with the reference, son.
You hear me, man? Like they don't get it, and you can't teach them that. You were either in a band, you're either going to these nightclubs, you're either listening to all these bands growing up that meant something to you. You know what I mean? And therefore you knew when Hot Topic became a thing, you walked into Hot Topic and you were like, this is kind of bootleg. I don't know, man. Because you were shopping at Retail Slut on Melrose Avenue. You know what I mean?
And you also knew the difference between Christian Death and The Damned and the versions, the iterations of their singers, man.
You knew the difference between the different singers in Christian Death. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You knew who and who was the genuine The Damned. Like, look, I love Phantasmagoria, but it's not the original The Damned.
Right. I mean, like, and you just can't teach people that. So I think this, and again, I hate saying IP, but that's what it is now. I think it's a really hard thing to crack. I think, and I said, I said this to Parker some time ago. I'm like, okay, cool. They're gonna do another Crow movie. I guess they're trying to get this off the ground again. I was like, why don't you just hire Scow to write it and Proyas to direct it, and then at least you already have like two principals there that like get the source material and maybe able to like recreate some of that magic.
I'm right there with you. Now,
wait.
What Scott Bartholomew says,
you didn't let me talk about what I thought about this creature remake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please, man.
All right, Dave, jump in there.
Just blow me off. Just. I'm going to be the optimist. I mean, look, James is a friend. I may have even spoken to him when this was announced. So I'm going to remain optimistic and hope for the best, because I think he's smart enough to realize what Del Toro did. So I don't think he's going to try to make it into a love story.
No, I think you should believe in James. I mean, between Insidious and Conjuring, he's delivered, man.
And the trench sequence in Aquaman.
Oh, look, both Aquaman 1 and Aquaman 2. have a lot of respectable shit. I mean, one made $1 billion, one made almost $500 million.
Yeah. But the thing is that what I'm saying is, so it's like, I think if he's going to get involved in it, because he hasn't directed in a while, I think he's going to get involved in it. He's going to do it for the right reasons. And look what his, cohort, his partner did with The Invisible Man. That should give you some.
By the way, for $8 million.
That should give you some excitement.
I love that movie.
It's great.
I mean, that was a very clever way. So I don't think that I don't think James is going to do something. Look, whether Aquaman 2 again was a successful movie, but it wasn't the juggernaut that the first one was. Whatever. There's so many variables.
Let's talk a little Death Sentence if you want to. Come on.
Death Sentence, another amazing movie.
Fucking
So that's
dope.
the thing. I don't think, it's like, I think James getting involved and he's going to direct it and everything like that, then it's going to be. And of course, he's going to honor that design. It's not going to be this total reinvention, because that the creature is so important.
And he's not going to make it for $100 million.
He probably will, because again, you have to think about the cost that's already on the picture.
Well, that could be. That's a good point.
And all
It's
the
a good
scripts
point.
and everything else. So
I think he wants, though, and go back and do what he did. Look, I think this is one of the most unsung success stories in the last 30 years of Hollywood is Insidious 1. What James Wan did, going back to basics, and he barely spent $1 million on Insidious 1.
$1.5 million.
And that movie, first of all, rocks. And he went back to his roots. He was a guy that was already working in the studio system. He goes back and he slays it. That movie is dope. It's so much fun. I mean, my God.
And look, and it's his version of Poltergeist. I mean, you break it down. It's like, it's a family being haunted. Oh, they bring in a psychic. Oh, they go to the other side. It's Poltergeist.
And the thing is, genius. I mean, here's a guy that,
let's not forget Bashara's amazing score.
Well, and that's what I was going to get at.
And playing the lipstick demon.
And Joe Bashara,
pop figure.
By the way, Joe, if you're watching this, I miss you sending me techno or hardcore recommendations. I'm just saying. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
He's probably. I saw him earlier today. I don't think he's watching this.
Probably not.
But I was like, I got to go, buddy. I got to be on Parker's thing.
Yeah.
So
no, it's fine.
Was that at Rallis's party that I missed?
I
was there for a bit.
I love Joe Bashara, and he's great. And his work's amazing.
Speaking of the nicest man in Hollywood.
Oh my God.
He's
so humble and so talented and just such a great guy.
I hate him.
Come on. So Scott Bartholomew says you guys need to create some metal or goth noir. Well, we try. We'll try to do that. Okay. This is interesting. Dave,
we got some goth for you.
Miss 50 and Still Meadow, who's my favorite. She only watches this show, I think. Miss 50 and Still Meadow says, Sean, Rob, and Dave, what are your thoughts on the online horror writing world right now? Pros and cons, journalists, influencers versus fanboys. On the verbal tangents, the dialogue of the OG The Crow is still true poetry and recitable to this day.
Okay. So some of the writing, I like some of the creepypasta stuff that has come out. And I've either read it or listened to it. I think there's people who are making really interesting new characters and new myths and everything that, aren't being utilized. I mean, that's where Slender Man came from. So I think that stuff's really interesting. Influencers, here's my problem with influencers. From my perspective, and I know very little about them. And I don't really know many of them because it's like, to me, that's like I'm a little too old to really understand. I get it, it's like, hey, I'm on here, I'm talking about this, and but horror influencers, I don't know. They do a lot of things. They do a lot of projects that require help from other people behind the scenes to shoot their stuff, to edit their stuff, to do graphics and this type of thing. And they never give those people credit. And I kind of find that really disgusting because they don't want to take away from their spotlight. So I'm not a big fan. I don't know. I mean, most of them now are like doing podcasts and stuff. So look, I listen to certain podcasts, not a lot of horror ones. I mean, I've got, like Adam Green and Joe Lynch have the Movie Crypt, but that's not really a horror centric podcast. And I don't know if I would call them influencers, and they probably wouldn't want to be called that either. So I don't know, as far as online journalists. I mean, we know all these people. Sean, you're an online journalist at times too, along with print. So
I spent.
It's just
I was lucky.
It's like just a different medium because look.
Yeah,
I miss the way Fangoria used to be, as opposed to what it is now. But it's just for a different audience. Rue Morgue, I still enjoy as a magazine, but again, these are just but it's not the way it used to be. So,
I think everything evolves and everything changes, and I think, as far as where horror journalism was when I started and where it is now, I think, as somebody who's consuming that content, you're going to find the writers that, and the film critics that, you find interesting and agree with and resonate with you, and you're going to read them. And I think that's great. I think, I'm super happy that, growing up, we had Fangoria, and that was it. And now Fangoria still exists, and Bloody Disgusting and iHorror and so many other outlets with a lot of really great writers there. So, it's great that we still have all these voices in the genre that are talking about it.
I guess for me, it's like I know. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where if you have a project that you're talking about that's on these websites and everything, you're a little more invested. Otherwise, it's just like sort of reading. It's reading headlines. I
will agree with. I mean, this brings up a whole nother conversation, but certainly, people's attention spans have changed. And therefore the assignments have changed for writers as opposed to what they're going to be delivering to any of these mastheads. So when I was working at Fangoria, or Horror Online or Dread Center, whatever, for a large chunk of time, long form writing was encouraged. So I would be sent out, to a film set, Vancouver, Europe, wherever, and be able to turn in, a 7,000 word piece.
I really miss that. That's what I'm missing. Fangoria doesn't seem to be any I'm on the set of type thing anymore.
No, and I really wanted to bring that when I was writing those articles, to give people the sense of a boots on the ground experience, and really work hard to craft these articles so that they'd be something that somebody could refer to 20 years from now or 30 years from now, and it would be the definitive piece on that film at the time it was written. And a lot of people aren't greenlighting that type of content any longer because people just don't read that much.
Well, and there's just not the budget with these things to send people off to a film set.
No.
Well,
they don't do that, especially for these low budget horror movies and everything. It would be great if it did, but it seems to be fewer and fewer. I'll tell you the one thing that and Rob, you'll find this very funny, and I'm even surprised that I'm watching this, but there are other shows obviously in the morning, if when you were on and when you do the John Campea show, I'll throw that on while I'm having my coffee, and it's I'm getting my daily movie news. This is great. The Real Rejects, I watch them from time to time, and what's fun about that is, and this is surprising me. This surprises me more than anything, where it's I'll kill a half hour and watch them react to a movie, because there is some weird fun thing of watching some people that I know personally react to something that they've never seen before.
Oh, look, I'm right there with you. The thing,
but it's a weird thing. I never thought I would sit there and I'm watching, other people sit there and watch a movie. It's a very strange thing. I mean, I guess I get why people watch other people play video games now, but I just never thought that I would ever be.
Here's what I find strange about our modern age. We lived through all these movies. Like, they were on the cover of Fangoria. Motel Hell, was it Fangoria 9? We lived through all this. And we already went through this amazing transition of genre filmmaking from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s. And it was all transformative. I mean, when Empire, I remember we were there opening night going to see Reanimator. And the way it was done, I mean, the way, it was still Empire, it was still Charlie Band, but even the colors in the frame and what went on and it was amazing. My dad took me and 5 of my friends to see Escape from New York. And I had to get him to come buy us our tickets because we were not, we were kids.
Under 17 without
and my father said to me, he goes, "What is this movie about, son?" I said, "It's 1997. New York is a maximum security prison. Breaking out is impossible. Breaking in is insane."
I doubt you. I know. Yeah,
I did because that was all.
Memorize that fucking.
I did memorize that. And let me tell you, my dad said to me, he would drop us off. My dad took me to see Phantasm. He left in the first 5 minutes when Tommy's killed on the graveyard.
Why?
My dad,
because the boobs turned him on too much.
No, he didn't like the death. But my dad said, Dave, my dad said, hang on. My dad said to me, "This sounds interesting. Would you mind if I came in and saw it with you boys?"
Yeah,
I looked at my dad
because he doesn't want to embarrass you in front of your buds.
No, my dad he got me into Dawn of the Dead when it opened. The opening night of Dawn of the Dead, he lied and said my mom was inside the theater.
Did he get you into Caligula too?
No, we didn't go to that. All I'm saying, Dave, is that my dad, and that was a big moment for me when my dad came in and watched Escape from New York with me and my friends, that he was going to buy us tickets for. And here's the thing.
I had that with my dad. Like there would be every now and then we'd go to the movies and stuff, and he was not like a genre guy at all.
No, but
but every now and then he would go.
Yeah, but the point is, it was the premise of that movie that was exciting to him. He was like, "That sounds interesting." All I knew it was a John Carpenter movie. I didn't even know what it was about. I just know he made Assault on
Precinct 13. You didn't even know what a John Carpenter was at that point.
No, I did because my first
the first VHS that you ever got,
and the second was Dark Star. I'm just saying.
Oh my God, we're back to Dark Star again.
VCI, but I'm just saying
that's a movie that needs a remake.
But the difference is, the thing was, everything we saw was new, and it wasn't just new because it was a new movie. The thoughts and the vision behind these films had never been seen before.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on one thing. Alien wasn't new. It was called It: The Terror from Beyond Space.
Well, okay.
So
yes.
Let's start there.
I wasn't saying it, the premise was but the way it was done was not. No one had ever seen that before. I mean, could say Mario Bava's Planet of the Vampires, but the way the verisimilitude, the way it was shot, the way it was photographed, the alien itself, the premise is simple, and it had been done before, but it had never been seen that way ever. No one had ever seen anything like Alien when it came out, like with Star Wars. No one had ever seen Star Wars before.
Well, they had seen Flash Gordon. They had seen lower budget B movie,
but they weren't the same. I'm agreeing. Like The Exorcist, like Jaws. No one had ever seen these things.
These were B movies that were.
They were elevated to A-list movies.
They were done by artists, not just raconteurs.
Yes, but they changed culture. It was. We lived through a time, and I would say this time would go from the early 70s to the early 2000s. It was a period of the latter half of the 20th century gave all of us some extraordinary visions from extraordinary filmmakers. I mean, even the Wachowskis. The Matrix came out in '99. That was a spec script sale. They were. It was an amalgamation of anime and all this stuff. Even Warner Brothers, Lorenzo de Bonaventura greenlit that project. Even he didn't know what it was, but they knew what it was, and that was a $65 million movie, and he greenlit it. Dude, everyone thought that movie was like, oh, is this Johnny Mnemonic 2? Like, what is this?
Right.
And I have to tell you, one of the greatest movie-going experiences in my life, by the way, Friday the 13th, Part 3, 3D, was the single greatest movie-going experience of my life. I'm just telling you. Maybe the second was seeing The Matrix on the Warner lot with all this jaded L.A. Film critics, all of our friends, nerds, whatever, and we're all like going, we came here, but this movie's going to suck. I have never seen a more joyous experience of a film than the people that walked out of that movie on the Warner Brothers lot. Not because they were on the Warner Brothers lot, but because they saw something that truly extraordinarily blew their fucking minds. And
yeah,
that
happened with me at Beyond Fest a couple of years ago when they did the R-rated screening of Tammy and the T-Rex. And I've never seen an audience so happy in their lives. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow.
Same level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Exactly like that.
I mean, very similar. And The Matrix owes a lot to The Crow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You got more super chat.
Yeah, Michael Logan, different guy. Thomas Logan, who's been a long-time viewer of this channel, says, Michael Massey was my godfather. Up until his death, he still talked about The Crow regularly, even though it almost ended his acting career. He loved Brandon. He loved Proyas. He called it truly cool.
But he never saw the movie. From my understanding, and maybe he can clear that up. My understanding, Michael Massey never actually saw the movie. It was too painful.
I don't know.
I remember being on the set of Tales from the Hood with Michael Massey there and going, oh, wow, that's the guy from The Crow.
Scott Bartholomew says the 94 Crow resonated because all of us were in our 30s going to raves and enjoying grunge and metal. Look, here's the thing. We were doing all of those things because we were all deep down inside romantics. We were. You know, I mean, if there's goth culture was the one culture that had women in it. And I mean, I'm telling you, man, it was, you could find, and you could say maybe Neil Gaiman's Death or Emily the Strange or whatever. But look, man, I'll tell you something. And people don't give this movie enough credit. When I saw The Hunger for the first time, I was a kid rifling through the 12-inch section, the 12-inch remixes or whatever at Tower Records, and I was only rifling through imports. Now, Bela Lugosi's Dead was not on any Bauhaus record. It wasn't. Dave, what are you laughing at me for? Why are you laughing? I'm just saying.
I were rifling through the 12 inches.
Wow, low hanging fruit.
Hey, I'm easy to entertain. What do you want?
I'm just saying, like, if you know that cover, the black and white cover, I took it home and I listened to it, and it was kind of a life-changing experience. So when I went and actually saw that movie, to me, it was a confluence of music and cinema, and I'd never seen anything like that before. And to see Peter Murphy and Daniel Ash, to see them playing, and to see David Bowie and Catherine Deneuve and Anne Magnuson, who people don't know who that is, but if you want to think about it from a Star Trek perspective, pure fucking hubris.
I'm sorry, you're not allowed to say those words.
I understand, but Anne Magnuson was the redhead in the opening scene of The Hunger.
I know, but she's in other things besides that thing you can't.
I understand
talk about.
she was in Tequila Sunrise with Mel Gibson.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay,
just bring that up.
I'm just saying that it was a wondrous time when
And you know what's great
cinema
about-
and music and all the confluence of delight, and it made us all fans of many different things. And it was a time that I wish we had now. We live in a deeply cynical, insincere time.
But Rob,
And back in the day, it was not cynical, and it certainly wasn't insincere. Just saying.
powerful words. I mean it. But you're
No, you
talking
don't.
about the music. No,
Fuck
no, I
off!
do.
You don't mean it.
No, I do. That one I mean. That was very sincere
It was.
and powerful and charismatic as you are. But bringing up the music of the hunger, talked about the Matrix. The music in that movie is amazing. Crow is amazing and stuff like that. But I want to go to Sean. You were out of us three, the two schlubs and the actual guy who's been in bands and
You guys are not.
By the way, Sean sent some pictures. Can I show the pictures?
Yeah, look, Sean, I want you to talk about your music.
Okay.
And we'll talk about the music and the music
I got some pictures, and
I'll preface that.
hang on.
Yeah, so,
Let me get to you. Let me put you on screen so you can talk. That's Dave Parker. He's talked enough.
that is Dave Parker.
But you've sent some.
We talked about this earlier tonight, where I just, after I'd gotten to LA, and by 1990, I was kind of like, I just don't want to do music anymore, even though I loved it. A few years pass, and yes, that's me and all the makeup. And going back to Terry King, who I was discussing before. So she used to do these amazing fashion shows for her clothing at like Club Makeup down in Wilshire. These were huge shows, like hosted by Alexis Arquette, a whole bunch of rock stars.
By the way, rest in peace.
Yeah, same with Terry. Anyway, while I was there, one of her assistants' husbands was there, this guy Frank, and he's like, "Oh, you look like you're a musician." And I was like, "Well, it kind of used to be." And he's like, "Oh, well, we should put a band together or something." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." But it kind of happened. We formed this band called Die My Darling, just purely as an art band. Released 3 singles just to local DJs. And that stuff weirdly went like viral, like internationally. And then we got a record deal from Trisol music group in Germany. We actually got a 3-album contract, which was great. We ended up recording 1 album. And as bands do, they break up. But no, he's an amazing producer and amazing songwriter. We ended up recording some stuff for Vampire the Masquerade, the video game. And,
Wow.
playing a lot of clubs in LA and doing that whole type of thing. We were supposed to go to Germany to tour to open for The Cure and Sisters of Mercy, actually, at Mira Luna and at Wave Gothic Treffen, which for any of the German people out there, they know that's a huge festival. It was a really cool time. Things happen in people's personal lives. Bands break up. It's just the way it goes. We've seen it a million times, but I was very thankful to work with Frank during that time and record some music, some of which I really stand behind to this day, some of which we're all so self-critical as artists. Some of it I'm just like, oh, I wish, I'd done this differently or that differently. But it's cool that the music still exists and people are still kind of listening to it a little bit.
Let me ask you a question about that. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people don't understand that living in LA and doing a bunch of things, people always want to pigeonhole you. I get a lot.
Right.
I've edited stuff, I've directed stuff, I've produced stuff, but people are always asking me, "What do you do?" And I don't.
Right, and I think your answer needs to be at this point like a multi-hyphenate.
Yeah,
It's always very hard for me to answer that question too. And the thing with this band, Dave has known me forever, so he knew of this band at that time, but I never really spoke about this publicly until literally tonight, because I didn't want to your point, Rob, mix the messaging, because I was concurrently in this band while I was also working as a journalist and a screenwriter, and I was just like, how do I mix the, you know what I mean? I just felt like it was going to be confusing to people.
I'm right there with you. I would never tell people.
That's why I went under Sean D, just for the band, and the rest of the time it was Sean Decker as a writer. You know, and you know how much we all burn the midnight oil. So now you've got 3 jobs, right? Now I've got like my full-time like corporate job just to keep the lights on. I've got my full-time job as a, you know, a journalist, you know, flying here and there doing that. And I've got a full-time job in this band because we took it as a business. We were very, you know, we were very serious about it in regards to the art, but we weren't a bunch of teenagers at that point. We're also very serious about it as, you know, it being a business. So yeah, I look back and I'm like, I have no idea how I did all that stuff at the same time. Right.
Well, I mean, what's funny, I had an experience where I was working for a company called Collider, and I was on this show, Collider Heroes, with John Schnepp and John Campion, and then they asked me, we were doing the movie trivia schmodown, and I was like, this is fun, and then they wanted, Christian Harloff, who ran it, and Mark Ellis, Christian Harloff said, hey, Rob, you should be a character. You know, you should be. Do you watch wrestling? Do you know anything? I didn't know anything about wrestling. The horror period of Fangoria, where John Carpenter was like spearheading the wrestling in the 80s. I was like, that was not my period. Even though I read Fangoria, I'm like, wrestling was not my gig. So they told me to be a wrestler, and I found this crazy jacket I'd bought for a Halloween thing 20 years before, and I started doing this thing where I'd scream and yell and be on this movie trivia contest. Now, I just did it for fun, but most of the people I work with didn't know me at all. And I would come in, do my thing, and leave. And one day, someone stopped me, Roxy Stryer, who I really love. She was part of this whole group, and she said, I was sitting on the couch, she goes, you've made movies. And I was like, yep. And she's like we all want to make movies. Everybody here wants to get into film and make movies and stuff, and you've made them. And I was still like, yeah. And she's like, but you don't ever talk about it. You don't. How? And I'm like, what? I was like, what am I supposed to walk in here and go, here's everything I've done? And she was like, you've directed a movie with William Shatner. I said to her, I said, listen, when I come in here to do this goofy thing, the movie trivia schmodown, I come in here to work here. That's what I'm doing. I'm putting all of my focus on what we're doing right now. And then I would leave. You know, I'm not here to, I'm not better than any of you or whatever. I'm here to do this job. And like you pointed out, we're all doing 10 different things. We're burning the midnight oil.
We're all doing 10 different things. And it's like, as a publicist, it's very easy for me to publicize other people's work, but feels very strange and awkward for me to like publicize my own, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like I it's not like I was like, hey, I was in a band. Like, that's weird. No, whatever. If you know that, that's cool. If not, then you don't, and that's
totally
fine.
100%.
But I would think
you know, I mean, like even to this day, like, you know, that when that album came out, so the German charts have essentially like the DAC, which is, you know, our Billboard charts. And that album like knocked out Marilyn Manson and Depeche Mode and everything else for 13 weeks straight in Germany at the time, which was just absolutely insane.
Insane, but amazing.
You know, and amazing. And, you know, and we were, you know, for me on a business end, we were hoping that we were going to be able to use that label as a springboard for a larger American label, you know, and continue what we were doing. You know, again, like there were personal issues with spouses, etc. at the time that kind of just dragged the band down, and it went into I won't say it ever broke up. We went into hiatus. That hiatus has lasted 20 something years, but
good come back.
You know, I was happy to do it. I don't really have any interest in touring or doing any of that type of stuff at this point in my life, and I haven't for a long time. But like whatever. I think it's really working within a different medium. I think often really inspires you to get back to another medium. For instance, you're like, oh, I'm so tired of like working on screenplays, and then you write some music, and that like fires you up.
Yeah,
that was a pro reference. To get back to working within something else.
Come on, man! You had to put your fists in the sky to fire it up.
Yeah.
So just
saying. But I think now, and I wonder if you guys agree, I think being a multi-hyphenate is more of a asset now, and it's more of something to not brag about, but to let people know that that you can do all these different things, and it seems like that's kind of what people want. But to Sean's point of like, yeah, I get tired. You get tired of writing something, so then you work on some music or something that maybe no one hears, or you do a piece of art, or you do something, and or you do a show on YouTube or something. It just sort of like helps keep the flame going a little bit when so much of what we try to do like so many people try to like snuff that out, and in some days your own personal mentality or something snuffs tries to snuff it out. Well, I mean, right now it's like I'm going through a challenging time of, well, we're in an industry right now where there's not a lot of work, and I'm not working, so it's like, well, what the fuck do I do? What how do I stay relevant? And there's no easy answers, and the business is like, it's not the days of like, well, I have a poster and a title that I really kick ass here. What do you think? It's like, great, go make it. We'll give you a couple bucks for it or something like that.
Right.
It all becomes so challenging now. So to me, it's like being able to do this, like doing this show actually, and talking about the things that we do love and at times do hate, kind of does like charge you and reinvigorate you, going, fuck, it might not be the next classic that I'm doing or anything like that, but it's like, but I'm into it, or I, it's like, great. One of these conversations is like pointed me in a direction, like going, I think I want to do that because we haven't gotten that in a while or something. I think that's good.
I think it's really important to encourage everyone to, like, it's weird when you're sitting there. I always feel like weird when I'm on a panel, like I'm on some pedestal, like people are listening to me, like I know anything more than they do, which I don't. We've just had different experiences, but probably similar life paths. So anything that I can do to offer encouragement for somebody to pursue those passions and dreams is like really important to me. And I think we have to remind ourselves of that stuff internally as well. Like, I mean, so this little short film we're working on, I was like, oh, I need to build a welcome to Mexico sign, and I want it shot full of holes, and I want it to be totally authentic, but I'm like, I'm gonna make it myself, right? It's gonna be a little art project. And it reminded me of just being a kid and like making art just for art's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, but we're so stuck in this world right now, especially right now. I mean, if people watching who are not in the business don't realize right now we're in a very weird, precarious time, and some of that's affected by the strikes that have happened, in the past year. Some is the streaming world has changed things dramatically, and not necessarily in a good way.
Well,
as far as being a filmmaker, I mean, so much of it now, now it seems more than before, and maybe I'm wrong, but that luck plays so much a part now. Luck always played a part, but now luck really plays a part.
Okay, can I speak to that?
Yeah.
So I haven't talked a lot about this, but a lot of people know that I produced and edited a film called Tango Shalom. I worked on it for 5 years. It came out theatrically. We got an article in Deadline in 2001, but an independent movie has a long life. And we sold it to Germany last year. And we had a deal. It was coming out in 50 cities in Germany, and we had a TV deal. And it came out on October 5th in Germany. October 5th of 2023. On October 7th, Hamas invaded Israel and killed 1,200 people. And even before Israel retaliated, the next day people were protesting against Judaism and Jews. Our theaters that Tango Shalom was playing in needed the German police force, like the Australians, is a national police force, so it's not city by city. Our movie that was blessed by the Pope, that won the audience award at an Islamic comedy film festival, that debuted in Jaipur, India, a movie that is all about religious tolerance around the world. now in Germany has to have troops in front of theaters that are playing it against the protesters against Israel. I worked on this movie for 5 years. It was really difficult to get it made. It was independent. The money, there was nothing there. When it came out and it got a theatrical release, we opened in Times Square. Joyous. But we still have to have it. So you never know. Our German release, 50 theaters, German TV release, was going to pay back our investors. All of it went away. All of it went away because of something that happened in another part of the world. No one knew how long we spent on the movie. No one knew what was going on. All it was a film that was blessed by the Pope for religious tolerance and won an award at an Islamic film festival. They loved it in Turkey. They loved it in India. The message of religious tolerance in this film, one of the reasons I wanted to work on it was because of this. And then one instance of horrible terrorist barbarism, and then a day later, 50 theaters across Germany and a TV deal with money that would have made us whole with our investors.
I mean,
Gone.
you're not the only. Unfortunately, you're not the only.
Now, but
film
wait.
project to ever that happened to you. I mean, the same thing happened with Apt Pupil after Columbine.
Totally. But hang on one second. So that was in October. Last week, Univision, that is all of the Spanish language channel, all of Central America, all of South America, bought our movie.
That's great.
That's amazing.
I know. And so here's the thing. I have been sitting here that October, and I don't mean to make light of what's going on and all the loss of life on both sides. I'm just talking about from my perspective as somebody who worked on a film for so long. You just never know. And the fact is, artists, if you're making something that you have to believe in your work, and you can't make the reason why you're making work money or success or whatever. It has to be something you believe in, because
it has to be passion. I think this works well with what you're saying too. It was very interesting to me. I went down to get my sports car out of the auto body this morning, and my auto body guy, who I've known for a bit, really sweet guy, he was just, we have conversations, and he's like, you're always such a uplifting guy. I always look forward to hearing texts from you. I'm just like, that's weird, but okay, cool. And he was like, what do you do? And I'm like, well, to our conversation earlier, I'm like a multi-hyphenate, whatever, work in film, this, that. And he's like, oh, I love film so much. He's like, I've always wanted to be an actor. And he's like, but it's too late for me. And I'm like, why? And he's like, I'm 38. And I'm like, it is not too late for you whatsoever.
That's how old Gene Hackman was.
I'm like, you've built a wonderful business here. Obviously, that's making you solid. And it's a tough time within the industry. Certainly, it's always a tough time as an actor. I'm like, but that doesn't mean that you can't just run and start now. I'm like, he's like, how do I do that? I'm like, take acting classes. I'm like, if you need, advice, I'm sure my wife, who's been in over 100 films, will be able to assist you with that. And I just kind of I was just encouraged him to follow his passion, and he was so thankful for that. It was a really touching moment today. He was just like, he's like, thank you. He's like, I don't think I ever would even think about really actually doing this. He's like, now that we've had this conversation, he's like, I think I'm really gonna.
But you never. That's the thing. You never know.
And it just meant a lot. It was just two people talking about art and passion at the end of the day, not about money. It was about those things that you can't put a price tag on, which is the creative process.
I'll tell you something else. So I've been in the middle of producing this project for the last year, and I have one actor who I hired, and my casting director said, I think this actor could play play two parts. And the part is of an Italian immigrant assassin. And I said to him, I said, hey, my casting director, fellow producer, loves you and says you can do this part. And it freaked him out. He's like, oh, I don't know. I mean, how do I play it? I mean, I don't know what to do. I said, dude, You've been in movies for 30 years. I think you can figure it out. I'll trust in you. But he wanted me to do right by me because I was the director. And he calls me up. He goes, I think I've got it. I'm going to do my grandfather was a first generation immigrant from Italy. And I think I'm going to do my grandfather. And he did, and this is a working actor. And he brings me this character and he does his grandfather as the character reading the lines in the script. I'm like, bro, I was blown away. I was like, that was amazing. It was amazing. And it was something that he was, I never would have thought that he would have been upset or worried about it or whatever, but he wanted to please me, but he also wanted to please himself. And I was grinning from ear to ear when a fellow artist brings me something that they've made a choice and they've done this thing, and all I can do is marvel at it and be like, I'm so privileged to be working on a project where a fellow artist brings me something that's so good and so much fun, it elevates what I'm doing. And I'm happy to take credit for it. But I said to him, I'm like, bro, that was dope, dude. That was awesome. And then when we finally went in and recorded it, it was so good. I made a line on my phone. I made it my ringtone, but he said the word fuck, so I had to take it off my ringtone. But it was so great, and it was so uplifting to hear this artist go through this whole process to give me this thing that he thought I needed and wanted, which I did, but I didn't want to get in the way of what he was doing, and it was amazing. You'll all hear it later, but it was amazing. And it was uplifting, and I felt like, and he's in New York, and I'm on the phone. I hung up the phone. I'm like, my entire day felt better. It was.
Well, no, I mean, I get it. So many auditions are remote at this point, obviously, since COVID, pretty much 99.9% of them. So I read with Sarah for so many of her audition tapes, and it's always, inspiring to me to see her artistic work. First off, she gets off book faster than anybody I've ever seen on the planet, which is just crazy. And then she's just able to.
Sean, explain what off book what that means.
It means not reading from the page, so memorization. But she's able to imbue, these auditions with, such character and such a lived-in sensibility, and is so well-rounded with such breadth. And it's incredible to me to see her as an artist do that so quickly and then just move on to the next thing, because, auditions come, and as a working actor, you submit, and then you move on to the next thing, and then on to the next thing, and the next thing. And it's inspiring for me to maybe get my ass back in front of Final Draft and keep working on my spec series, because she's like burning the midnight oil, and it's, it's impressive. And, and again, inspiring.
I mean, that's all we can ask for. I mean, to have that. I mean, it's an amazing thing. I mean, still working here and doing all the stuff we do is a gift. It really is.
It is. It absolutely is for all of our concerns. And obviously there are many. We are adults trying to keep the lights on. This is an industry like any other, and we're going through a downturn right now. It's difficult. I think it's important that we all support each other and support even people that are considering getting in the industry, by being open and saying, look, it's a difficult time, but hopefully this too shall pass. But, you shouldn't push down your inspiration.
By the way, if I can just say, just because I found it, so on this show, because why not? Why can't I promote what I'm doing right now?
You what?
I know.
Wait, so what? What are you talking about?
I was hoping you were talking about when you first of all, before you promote your thing. I was really.
Do you need a publicist, Rob?
What I really hope for, Rob, is that you're going to talk about when you were cast in the Star Wars XXX parody and your passion that you brought into that role and everything, and you're going to show us a clip from that.
That's when he was rifling through the 12 inches. I brought it all the way back.
I think it was a 45.
Dude, I barely have half of a 12-inch. I'm just saying.
Yes,
But
you do.
But hey, it works. It's all good. It's all good. It's been measured. It's all good. It's all been vetted. Just saying. But I do have. I'm going to play this. Okay. So everyone knows this is a world premiere, by the way. Everyone knows I've been doing an audio drama called True Noir. This is a scene. I'm going to play it quick. It's only a minute long. It's 60 seconds long. It's two actors. It has no. It's raw audio that I've cut together. It has no.
You're raw dogging this.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm going to play. No one's heard this before, but it is actor Corey Landis who plays Walter Winchell, who is a famous broadcaster, and Giuseppe Zangara, who is played by Savario Guerrera, who actually, in real life, murdered the mayor of Chicago. And he's in this scene to set the scene. Walter Winchell has gone into a prison in Miami, a lockup, to interview Zangara. And Zangara is talking to him. And I'll just play it. No one has heard this. And this is from the audio drama that I've been making. So here you go.
All right.
Do you know who I am?
No.
Walter Winchell. Ever hear of me?
No.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea, no?
Radio, sure, I know you. You're a famous man.
Maybe you want to be famous too, Giuseppe, huh? Would you like that?
Joe, call me Joe. I'm American citizen.
You want to be famous, Joe?
I wanted to kill the president.
Talk to me about it, Joe. Talk to me, and you'll be famous.
I tried to kill the president. I tried to kill him because I don't like the government. Capitalists are all crooks. Everything just for money. Take all the presidents and kings, the capitalists. Kill. Take all the money. And burn. That's my idea. That's why I wanted to kill the president.
But you didn't kill the president, Joe.
I fail you.
You shot half a dozen other people, Joe. They may die.
Too bad. That's too bad.
Then you're sorry?
It's sorry like when a bird, the horse, a cow die. Not my fault. Bench was a shaky.
What do you mean?
Bench. I stand on it to kill the president. It's shaky.
It wobbled, you mean? That's why you missed?
Sure.
So there you go.
That was riveting. We couldn't hear it at all.
You couldn't hear it at all.
You couldn't?
No, because it's playing on the feed, and if we had the feed, then it would.
Oh,
feed back.
you guys couldn't hear. Oh, you guys couldn't hear. Oh, well.
But
it's good.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess text it to me.
I'll text you guys. But no, it's been fun. It's been good to do it. Yeah.
Well, congrats. That's cool. I can't.
You guys are gonna love it. The cast is amazing. It's amazing. I can't wait to announce the last two people that are
very cool.
So
all right.
There's a few more people that have written in. We're in a Port Film Co-op says we're in a cultural decline. This is just a symptom. This remake looks devoid of strong aesthetic.
This is true. It has an aesthetic. It has an aesthetic called bland.
It really does. What I didn't understand when I was watching it, I'm like, The Crow doesn't take place in the real world, the quote unquote real world. I mean, the whole point is that it takes place it's a fairy tale. And they tried to make it.
I think us discussing this film any longer is just going to cause us further grief. I think it's so stupid. There's no reason we should put any thought to it because the filmmakers didn't. Also, as far as The Crow, and you could have taken every shitty digital Crow out of that movie, and they were all digital.
I know.
It wouldn't had any effect on the narrative because Eric Draven, I hate even using that name when it comes to 2024, never has any interaction with the Crow. They don't feed him anywhere. They don't interact. Nothing ever happens. Birds just fly around willy-nilly. They have nothing to do with anything transpiring on screen at all.
I mean, I think what disappoints me the most, even though I'm not going to see this movie, but I've been subjected to the trailers because sometimes you're a captive audience in a theater, and it's the thing that it's like I mean, as we all know, like so many of the superhero movies and everything else now they all have that sort of sheen to them that all make them look similar and everything. And I think one of the big things that I always responded to with The Crow, besides the resonance of the story and the characters and all that, was the world building that they did. And it's something that I would love to aspire to bring a vision, even on, because the original Crow was not a huge budgeted movie. Maybe more for the time, it was a little higher, but this movie, while I'm sure it just doesn't seem to be like, again, world building, creating this world that, that's something that excites me about movies, is being able to create a look and a feel and a world that the movie exists in that's different. Because to me, I'm looking to do things that are very like grounded and realistic in a like, oh, this could happen in exactly in our world type thing. I'm a person who likes pulp,
In your orange juice?
Oh my God, that wasn't funny.
Wow.
No, I mean, actually, that wasn't supposed to be a joke.
No, but that pulp aesthetic, that pulp.
No, I mean, like the 2024 has none of that world building. I mean, you go back to '94 and you've got the hot dog stand, you've got the arcade, you've got you've got the arcade.
I mean, that's the thing.
You've
When
got
you think about how expensive,
and you also have Ernie Hudson knowing who Sarah is. They have a relationship.
You've got Club Trash. You've got all these places that we know where we're at in this world.
And the funny thing is that movie was shot in a backlot in North Carolina with probably a couple with like maybe 3 or 4 street facades. It's that's really impressive. And we know that Dave Scow like helped. He came up with all the names of the places and he even worked on art direction and helped with the signage and
But also, I mean the desire to make it a world that was slightly removed from our own. Using models and all that, it was amazing. I mean, the use of miniatures, and there was as much as Blade Runner. I mean, which I would compare The Crow to in terms of art direction and things. In terms of setting a milieu, The Crow immediately establishes itself as not taking place quite in our world.
And then he expanded upon that in Dark City, which I think is another incredibly underrated movie.
Agreed.
So do I. When I saw the prequel, Gods of Egypt, fuck yeah.
And then
I saw it with you, Dave. We were in the theater, the 3 people and the Chinese.
Hey, more importantly, Rob, we were there opening day at the Cinerama Dome for Original Gangsters.
Yes, and one of the greatest movie-going experience. You, me, and 5 other people.
And they loved it.
Dude, people were standing up and cheering.
All 5 of us.
Fred Williamson coming out, when he walks out of that Learjet with that cigar in his mouth, come on. That might be one of the greatest moments in all of Hollywood history. And there were 6 of us there to see.
Yeah. And when I saw Dark City and I saw what he did with some of the visual effects and everything with the mind, sort of the telekinetic stuff, I was like, oh, now they can do X-Men.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, look, the thing about The Crow is I feel that it's like Blade Runner always felt in flux in terms of the vision. The one thing I love about The Crow is I feel we get a full meal with the director and everybody involved. Even though Brandon Lee died making this film, these people persevered and they honored his legacy by giving us a fully realized, it is not compromised in any way. They were able to finish that film, and to this day, 30 years later, it has resonated through generations. It has meant something to people, and it because it's timeless, it's as powerful today as it was when it first came out. And when I was watching that new 4K, beautiful, beautiful transfer, you look at that film and it truly transcends the time at which it was made, and it is as relevant today as it was in 1994. And I watched a movie yesterday night that meant nothing to me. It as a matter of fact, it made me angry and furious. And it in a way, I hate to say this, I don't mean to be hyperbolic, but everything wrong with modern civilization was encompassed by The Crow. And I mean that.
That's harsh. They should put that on their poster.
I mean, it was so, and I know it's hyperbolic to say that, but from a metaphoric standpoint, why? Why did you make this? Like, even if you wanted it on a spreadsheet, you've spent so much time and money and effort trying to get this movie made, you couldn't do it. With how many filmmakers? Why? Why this movie? Why this way? You're never going to get me to believe that love conquers all when they meet in rehab. I'm sorry.
Right.
That's not pure love.
I mean, I think you'll never get me to believe love conquers all when they meet in rehab, fall in love, and then immediately just go out and start getting high again.
Oh my God.
That's the problem. Like
that was offensive. That was offensive. It was.
No, it really was. I don't know. Again, I think people could go on about the problems with this film for.
I know we should call it
hours, and I think, I don't think the film warrants us talking about it that much, to be honest. Just to say that, what we've already said.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. It was great to have you on the show. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Always admired you, and always admired your wife. Well done, sir. Well done.
Back at both of you guys.
And you know that people, we did start the show with your music video.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, you didn't know that.
We started the show with the music video.
How many terrible comments did you guys get?
So many. It was
no, it was not. I'm going to play it and come back. I'll let you guys go, but I'm going to play it again, and then I'll come back and do. I'll do more super chat answers.
Oh well, awesome. I can hang around.
Okay, you hang around.
I can hang around for that.
Okay, Dave, but I'm going to play. By the way, Sean, give us a little preamble to this music video for those who didn't come in for the bottom of the show or the top of the show.
Were you playing the actual video or did you playing the song?
The music video, the live video. Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, that was
Pain.
That was like literally video from I think a couple of shows in 2001, perhaps, and again, it was one of those pandemic things where I was like, wow, I have this stuff. We should just cut it together. So we shot some B-roll of Sarah just here in the living room on an iPhone and cut it together. And that's literally the video. So
wow, it's pretty DIY dope, dude.
Very DIY punk rock, old school. Like, we all used to do it. Well,
Sean Decker, thank you for being on Midnight Metal.
Of anyone who's been on the show.
Not true. Not true. But thank you guys for having me on.
I didn't say the coolest person. I said the coolest chair.
Oh, the chair. Yeah.
Sean,
this is Sarah's chair. I can't take responsibility for it.
Sean, where can people find you on social media if they want to follow you? And what do you have going on?
You can find me on Instagram at Sean J. Decker. And I'm not a big social media guy, so that's about it.
All right. Well, Sean, we are going to play your band. We're going to play this music video, which we started the show with. And I have to say, Die My Darling, it's pretty fucking cool. Just saying.
Well, thank you. I think they should have probably put it in the new film. Later, guys.
All right. Thanks.
History reads like my biography. My temple is persecution, rape, fear, and domination. I am the sun that sees your skin. I am the guilt that takes within. Your cries like song that you sing. I am
Welcome to the gig stage. Die, my darling.
How do you do? The pleasure's all mine. I've been expecting you for some time. So long I've watched and waited for this. The day you fall to my blackened kiss. I've longed to touch and to caress your soul. To taste your flesh, then devour you whole. I've courted kings and queens alike. Nurtured war, despair, and strife. I am the sun that sees your skin.
You're back. No, they can't. So, Dave, we're back. By the way, how cool is that video?
Very cool.
So let's get to people's super chats.
Yeah.
Everyone's sending in some good ones. I really appreciate that. By the way, the support of the channel. Scott Bartholomew says typo negative badass. Thomas Logan says
great band. Oh, wait, yeah, don't. Just typo negative. Amazing band.
Well, Thomas actually sent in a super chat for Sean, and he's gone, and he can't answer this. But it's a good question.
I'll answer it for him.
Okay, Sean. Okay. Thomas Logan says, Sean, would you rather watch The Crow 24 every night before bedtime for 1 year, or have one bone in your body broken via a hammer daily for 1 year?
One body broken daily.
Come on, really?
I think so. I got a feeling.
Yeah, first of all, these kind of questions, we don't have to do that. There's never a situation in life, even if a fascist government took over. I understand
Depends on what bone you're talking about breaking.
Okay. Major Chai Chai says, Dave, this is a good one. Is The Crow the dark version of The Princess Bride?
I mean, as you wish.
All right. Inconceivable. Yes, I love that. Nice. Irene Beanie. I hope that's the Irene I've missed so much. Happy birthday, RMB. Love you all. XXXOOO. Irene. You know what's funny, Dave? Can I tell you something that's
personal?
Well, it's a distressing thing that I didn't realize that would happen when I started this channel. There are people that you come to know and love that interact with you and are here for literally years.
And then disappear.
And then they disappear. And there's no reason why they should tell you why they've disappeared. But there's an Irene girl that everyone on this channel who watches it knows who she is. And she had some difficulties, in her life. And she was delightful. And then she was gone. And you wonder, is she okay? Is there something we can do? I mean, I have to say, you know what? I haven't talked about this, but there's a person that you and I both know. A person named Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's going through a tough time.
Really tough time. And it's not going to end well. And he's somebody that, in my own life, got me a lot of work. And I've worked with him constantly since then. And he was born not just with his, a lot of people don't know that he has.
You don't have to get into specifics.
Anyway, but no, but there was
very challenging
Very challenging life. And he's done great work. And I might never see him again. It's not good.
No, it's tough. It's very tough. The older that we get, the people that we.
But the thing is, I was involved in a project with him all right now. Like we have a project that went to DreamWorks that, and what do you do? We talk about movies and TV and all this stuff, but then it's rough. I mean, and I haven't really talked to anybody about this because I haven't talked to you. I haven't talked to anybody, but it's something that weighs heavily on my conscience, and it's rough, man. There's not.
But you have to, yeah. But that's the thing. If someone if someone goes away for whatever reason that we don't necessarily always understand, we have to respect it in whatever their sort of process and their dealing is. As tough as it is for us, it's that much more difficult for them. I mean, again, last year I lost a mentor in Jeff Burr.
Yeah,
but when he left Los Angeles, he sort of deliberately, intentionally sort of cut off contact with a lot of people.
I know.
And that was very tough because he was someone who was very close and it was incredibly important in my life. And then it was like, well, what did I do wrong and everything? And it was like, well, it wasn't about you. It was about him. So it's just, it is sad and it's hard to wrap your head around and everything. But, you just have to sort of.
No, it's rough.
Just to remember the good times and the thing and the great thing. Yeah. I mean, this is the person you're talking about, Kevin, is someone who always had a smile, was always very positive, way more than you or me in some ways. I mean, you're a very positive person.
No, but it's true.
But it was just like, even with the adversity.
The adversity. That's right.
The adversity that he had, he was always a very positive, and an incredibly talented person too. So
yeah,
I hate the fact that that he's going through this, and my heart goes out to him. Look, we have a bunch of people who are constantly in this chat and that interact with us that are going through hard times.
I got to give a shout out, Dave. I have a friend named James Cole, Jim Cole, that I met in 1993 at a comic book store in Burbank. And he got his first book published this week. His name's James Cole, and his book is called Not a Whole Boy. And the book is about this. He was born, there's no way to say this, it's in the book. He was born without an anus, and he was born with misshapen, his entire reproductive and elimination system was
maybe he doesn't need
destroyed.
That much shared. But...
Okay, no, it's in the book. That's why it's called Not a Whole Boy. So they surgically they created his urethra and all that. He had 2 alostomy bags on his chest, one for his solid waste elimination and one for his liquid waste elimination. And he had multiple surgeries growing up as a small child. The hell that he endured. But he has written his first book about it. He's never been published this way. It came out this week.
That's fantastic.
I cannot tell you. He is a guy that I've admired my whole life. I've known him for 31 years, and I met him in a comic book store. No one that I've ever met has gone through more hell than he has in terms of physicality and in terms of being ostracized from the world or whatever. I cannot recommend you all go to Amazon and buy the book Not a Whole Boy by James Cole.
That's awesome.
Do it for me. It just came out.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like even right now, there are people in the chat who are talking about, the things that they're going through. And, look, we're on a show. I like to try to talk about music and metal, and we talk about movies, and we talk about things that are ultimately like in a way that are very meaningful to us. And look, honestly, these are the things that keep us going, because in some ways we're shattered, human beings. And the thing is, what people don't realize is that just because we don't talk about it, we're me, we're all going through our shit.
Yeah,
we don't bring it to the forefront on these shows and stuff like that, because it's personal. But it's like the fact that people in the chat who are taking their time watching us, to me, it's just mind blowing that anyone wants to like see me talk about anything at all is crazy. And you've given me this sort of forum, which is awesome. And
well, I mean, look,
this isn't a mutual like blowjob session or anything like that.
That'd be good too, though.
It'd be much more fun.
It would be. But here's the thing, Dave. I mean,
my point is like, it's acknowledged and appreciated, and it's like, it's a wake up call of like, I don't know a lot of these people. Their names, their names in the chat and everything, but fuck, it's meaningful that they're not only here wanting to hear us talk and want to engage with us and everything like that, but that they're taking their time out of whatever their hard struggles are, and hopefully we are giving them a little bit of like levity.
Yeah, but I would say this. What's really interesting is that I've known you for more than 30 years. And if you want to go back to, the arcade days, it was 93, 94. And
we knew each other way before then.
Yeah, we did. And so what I find, like, there are I mean, you're one of my oldest, dearest friends. And we've gone through a lot of stuff, but I would have to say this:
we've fought on this channel.
Yeah, but yes, but I would say this.
But that's the thing. But it's like, but yeah, we're family now.
Yeah, but I would say this. I mean, I brought you on board when I started my own little company because Michael Pellerin told me to. To do Usual Suspects. I called you. I didn't, and I look back on all the stuff that we've done, and. I
wish we were doing more.
Well, yeah, I wish the world that we were living in ended. That whole that we, but we got good when we by the way, I'm still sore about. I should have fucking sued Disney, but anyway, I didn't know any better. I was like, what what's the problem? But anyway, it's nice to have a friend. I've talked. I've been talking. I don't know if I said this on the show. So I was recording True Noir, and I was recording actor David Strathairn, who's one of my favorite actors ever. Amazing. He's in New York. He's in Albany, and I've got Corey Landis, the actor who's acting. He plays Walter Winch on the show, but I had him act with opposite Corey Landis. Corey Landis acted opposite David Strathairn, and he's playing. He's one of my favorite characters. I can't believe he's in True Noir. And when it was over, I was so elated. I'm like, oh my God. So I decided to drive. The old Ludovico office was on Cochrane and Wilshire.
Yep.
So our audio engineering facility is between Washington and Venice Boulevard on Cochrane. So I was done, and I was so elated. I'm like, I can't believe that I was directing David Strathairn. So I just decided. I drove up Cochrane past Adrian Biddle's house, who I dated for a year, and I went past my old office. I drove through, the Wilshire corridor, Miracle Mile. I went all the way up through West Hollywood. I curved over, and I wound up at the Ye Olde Rustic Inn. And now there's a new
in Silver Lake.
In Silver Lake, Los Feliz, where I began my journey in 1989 in LA. I lived on Kenmore and Franklin, and the Ye Olde Rustic Inn is on Hillhurst and Franklin. And I was just like, and they have an outdoor patio, and I was so I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I was directing David Strathairn, and I'm like, oh my God. And I told him this story. I said to him, I go, before we started working, I said, I got to tell you something. You're one of my favorite actors, but I have to tell you a favorite thing that you did, a favorite thing that I love that you did. And it was in The Firm. And he perks up, and he suddenly he's like, what? And I go, okay, so you played Tom Cruise's older convict brother. Great. You were great. But what I loved in your performance, what you did that delights me to no end, and I love The Firm, is you fall in love with Holly Hunter, who helps get you out of prison. And by the end of that movie, you're like this little smitten schoolboy. Your performance is telling us you're madly in love with Holly Hunter. And here by the way, I'm telling this before I'm directing. And he's listening to it. And like, it's so specific. It's so, and he's like, he turns to me, he's like, that's amazing that performance, you love that performance. I said, look, I love all your performances, but this in particular is something I've been particularly delighted by. And when we interview celebrities, if we don't have that thing, we're bullshit. And I told him this thing, and I'm like, I've seen you in Lincoln, I've seen you in Sneakers, I love all your shit. But if
you guys really want a great David Strathairn performance, watch Dolores Claiborne.
Well, yes, every performance. But you know what? You know what his latest great performance is? As Frank Nitti in True Noir.
True Noir.
Just saying. Oh my God! I mean, dude, I can't believe. And I have Max Allen Collins, who's the writer, and we're telling him after we're done, and I've given notes and all that. I say, Max, is there something I'm missing? What? And he chimes in and says something, and between the two of us, David's like, "You guys are great. This is amazing. Thank you so much, dude." I can't wait for people to hear this. Well, they heard some of it. There's some little snippet.
They did. I'm very excited.
You couldn't.
I couldn't, but I'm excited about it. Do we have any other?
Oh, we do. We do. Major Chai Chai says, what I liked about The Crow is it didn't try to explain the mythos too much. It left that to the audience to decide.
But again, the thing is, what worked about, I think, with The Crow, and I think what works with these great films and stuff like that, is that the mythos itself is very easy to explain. It's very simple. You get it, and then you get to then you can get to the real meat of what it all is. I think keep it simple, stupid is it's in that sense, and then you just color it. You color it with the characters.
I'm with you. And Thomas Logan says The Crow 24 needed word of mouth. Skarsgård's miscast. Should have been Manny Jacinto. They should have brought back Proyas back to recapture the vibe. No,
I think the thing is, well, one, I don't know. Look, I won't know if Skarsgård is miscast or not. The problem is they shouldn't have done Eric Draven. I like the suggestion of Manny Jacinto because, and I'm glad that's an actor who's really getting his time. It seems like to shine now because I discovered that actor in that show, The Happy Place.
Yep.
Which is really great if people haven't seen it. It's on Netflix, I believe, and it's really worth it. I don't think Proyas would come back, though.
No, and why would he? He's already made.
But I think it would be actually very painful for him to come back.
I agree, but why would we want him to? And by the way, just leave it alone. I mean, they've tried to make
that's the ultimate thing. But the thing is, it's like, and I'm sure they've asked Proyas to come back before and everything, and I just have a feeling it's just like, why would I do that? After everything I went through, and this is for, that's the thing. It's like, it's look, The Crow opens, and at the very first thing you see at the end of the movie is for Brandon.
I know.
And Eliza, his fiance. That's the thing.
Thomas Logan goes on to say, Long Legs is mid. Kids made it profitable for Neon. Hey, look, the thing is, if Long Legs is profitable for Neon because of kids today, good for them. Yeah, they need their own horror. I mean,
If that's their thing, great. I want, I don't want. Look, if what they're getting is, and you got to be careful. I feel like, look, the kids today, they got their Terrifier. They got, they got those things, and that's theirs and stuff like that. It's like long legs to me. It's like, well, I'll still take my Michael Myers and my Jason and my Freddy's over,
yeah, of course,
and even my Hannibal Lecter over long legs. But as long as it's working for them, good, great. It's no skin off my ass.
Right. It's true. I mean, here's my thing. What I worry about is the younger generation is not being affected by entertainment the way we were.
Well,
they're not being inspired. They're not being.
We talked about it. To them, it's because of the nature of things and all the things that they're having to, like, they're being bombarded with and everything else. It's like, to them, it's more disposable. I think not everyone, of course. There's always going to be the kids who are like us who get fanatical about.
But I think it's Dave. I think the problem is kids today are it's UGC, user generated content. The thing is, movies are fake. Now we have a world, and even though people are generating their own content and making all kinds of weird videos, it's people doing it. When you watch a movie, I think the new generation, the younger generation Alpha, whatever you want to call it, up to 14, and then you got Gen Z up to whatever 20, whatever it is, 26. These are people that aren't interested in fiction.
Look, people want to be entertained, throughout it and stuff like that. And that's the thing. It's like they're getting Terrifier. That's their thing. Us not understanding it is the same way that our parents got Hammer and they didn't understand Michael Myers.
Maybe. I mean, I just think that people are more looking at themselves than they are looking outward.
I mean, that could be very true. But the thing is like if we as people can understand that, we can use that against them.
Of course, well, or not use it against them. It's a different paradigm because social media didn't really exist until 2012.
Right.
And so we live in a different world. And right. We're talking about movies that we loved in the 70s and the 80s. Things are different. They've changed.
Right. I mean, it's look, even when we were making Hills, and that's 15 years ago now and stuff like that, we dealt with the nature of just cell phones. Think of the things if we were making a modern day, horror movie that we have to, the things that we would have to deal with now as far as the access to assets and stuff that could get them out of a situation.
Totally.
That that a filmmaker should, depending, would have to deal with. But again, isn't it interesting that Longlegs was set in 92? It was set before a lot of these things were available.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Scott Bartholomew says typo negative badass. Thomas Logan goes on to say Dave Parker, he never watched any of his movies, too self-critical. I dragged him to see Amazing Spider-Man.
I was talking Michael Massey. He was talking about Michael Massey, yeah.
Yeah, but he was bummed that they cut some of his dialogue.
Okay. The feed was buffering for a second.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, the other thing I missed this week, and this new horror movie Stream came out that played in theaters for a couple days.
With Tim Curry.
Tim Curry was in it. Jeffrey Combs is in it. It was a bunch of people. I don't know much about it. It didn't look like it was for me, though.
Yeah. Major Chai Chai says, Rob, I watched Tango Shalom. I found it to be charming and loved its ecumenical quest as someone who has a religion studies degree. Oh, well, I appreciate that. The ecumenical quest is part of the film. I'm glad you love that. It means something to me now that we've gotten to know each other and we've hung out together. That's Thomas Logan says, Dave Parker, ask Rob why Return of the Jedi is pure garbage. Don't do that. Don't ask me that. Come on.
Well,
Tom.
yub nub, dude. I don't know. I gotta tell you, it's a joy. It's a joy. That movie's a joy. It's a joy.
Thomas, I'm not going to take your bait. I'm not going to take your bait. I'm just not going to do it. Scott Bartholomew says there was nothing like 90s grunge and goth raves. Or early aughts raves.
I mean, I'm sure Woodstock probably would beg to differ in
Could
its
be.
era.
Could be.
And I mean the original Woodstock, not Woodstock 99.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, Tom Jr. Jackson says, Rob, that was the Irene. Okay,
And
Irene.
supposedly she's doing well. I saw some of the chats and it's like,
my God, I love you, Irene. I'm so happy you're back. Great to see you. She's so cute, and a good mom.
And other people were saying in the chat that they miss Connie Sang, and of course we both miss Connie Sang quite a bit.
More than you know. I love Connie Sang, but you know what? She plays a lot of video games. If you follow her on Twitter or
she's doing her thing.
She's doing a thing. I love Connie Sang. I have a box set that I'm going to give her. I'm going to bequeath her my Scarlet box when I see her next.
Why not give her the 4Ks, pal?
Those are mine.
But you realize that the Scarlet boxes have the documentaries that were made, Leviathan, that are not on the 4Ks.
Oh, fuck it. She doesn't get those, huh? Fuck it. I'm not going to. I didn't know that. Connie, I'm sorry. I love you. You know how much I love you, but you're not getting then my Scarlet boxes. I didn't know that. All right. Kenneth Colton says, September's almost here. This year for me seems to have gone by pretty quick. It's always a pleasure to have you back on the show, Dave. Yes.
Thank you.
Scott Bartholomew says kids today are fucked up beyond repair.
That's what they always say. Every generation.
I know,
says
it's
that.
true.
Every generation says the kids are foobar.
It's true. Major Chai says, I have to disagree with you, Rob. My kids are into fiction. It's just anime and manga.
Hey,
that's good. Which I like. I mean, as long as they're reading and watching, I'm all about that. Yeah. Thank God. And I already talked about the MS Miss 50 Still Metal. Here's a funny thing. Miss 50 and Still Meadow. I think I'm going to be 80 in Still Metal. What about you, Dave?
Metal.
Do you think there's an age?
You were never metal.
Come on, dude. I love metal music.
But you were never metal.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't a metal guy. Metal. I was a new romantic. I was a Duran Duran new romantic.
If I'm lucky to be 80, I'll still be metal. It'll be just rougher. I'll be in the pit with a fucking walker and hearing aids and shit.
Yeah, but you know what? You'll have something hooked up so your walker will like explode electricity out.
Kind of like the movie Trick or Treat.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
I still have your Ragman disc here.
That's great. I can't wait because Red Shirt is putting out in 4K Trick or Treat. And this very deluxe, beautiful box set. I'm still waiting for the pre-order. I have no money. I'm broke as fuck and no job, no nothing. And
I know. Me too. And I'm saying that Second Sight came out with 2 discs today. I was very upset. They're doing Blair Witch. They went back to the original high 8 tapes or whatever.
Yes, I know. I heard that. But now you're crossing streams to your Let's Get Physical media.
Yeah, I got to talk about it tomorrow, which I have to get ready for. It's 9 hours or whatever. It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, you only need 5 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I mean, when I go to sleep, the 3 dogs that we have, the 3 giant dogs, they all sleep on top of me. It's always fun. I get a great night's sleep.
You're having a 3-dog night?
You know what's funny? I've never thought of that until just now. But
because
oh my God.
Because I thought of it.
Every night is my 3-dog night. Oh my God. Elizabeth hates it. She's trained the dogs to not jump on her side of the bed.
Just on you.
Just on me. And they don't jump on the bed until I show up whenever I finish streaming. And it's like, And our dogs are the greatest dogs in the world, but they're all like humans, and they're all judging me all the time. They're like, "Why don't you play with us more? Why are you in your Robservatory? Why aren't you doing this?
Why are we in the Robservatory?
Well, I know.
We just need to do a dog show where they react to a movie. Just put on a movie and just have a camera on and just have just.
You know what? I've got the room to do it in. That would be hilarious.
Dude, you would get more views than this will ever get.
That would be so funny.
Just throw in a movie,
dude. We have 220 people watching us right now.
Yeah, they can't. But the thing is, the dogs can't get out of the room. You just throw in a movie. You throw in Apocalypse Now, and you just have a camera just recording them, and you'll get so many views.
Well, I'd have to have some By the way, some astrophysicist did a 4-hour video about why she hates Star Trek Picard today.
Them's fighting words for you.
Well, I don't know. Not for the first two seasons.
It's the only Star Trek you like. At least season 3.
Yeah, well, I like lots of Star Trek. Star Trek? Star Trek The Next Generation?
Star Trek
Deep Space Nine? Oh,
the
yeah.
Motion picture.
The motion picture. Star Trek 2.
The Wrath of...
Yes. All right, Dave.
It's still the best one, but yes.
So we're going to end this show.
We are.
Now, I want you to tell people, where can people find you? Where can people follow you? What is going on? Tell the folks at home what's up.
You can find me on Instagram at Parker Vision. All one word, all lowercase. Parker Vision. Please join me there for thrilling updates like this. Like this. Right now.
Wait, what are you showing us?
Rob, I'm showing them nothing. Rob is eating right now.
No, I'm not eating right now. I'm not eating. You're saying like this, and I'm looking at what am I missing? What am I not showing them?
No, exactly. Dude, we have someone in the chat whose username is Tuma Dracula. You fucking rock, Tuma Dracula.
Ask Tuma Dracula if they want to come on the show.
Tuma Dracula, do you want to come on the show right now? Because I need to use the restroom, and Rob's still ready to go. He's not saying anything.
Well,
Castle Grayskull says good night, everyone. Good night, Castle Grayskull.
Does any one of you want to come on the show?
If you're going to come on the show, you better come hard. We need the ratings.
No, we'll get demonetized. You go pee, Dave. Okay, you pee, and I'm gonna do this thing.
Castle Grayskull, no, Tuma Dracula only just says Sammy Kerr lives, so he or she is not saying they want to come on the show.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, Dave.
What are
you know how it is. You're gonna pee. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the link to the show to come on.
Oh, cool! So this will be great. When I get back, it'll be a surprise.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. We're going. And whatever you're snacking on, Rob, how is it? Is it tasty?
It's pistachios. It's very tasty. Yeah. Look right here.
Good for you too. This is good for you too.
I know. Protein.
All right. Cool. I'll be right back.
All right, kids. Anyone who's watching this knows that sometimes late night on this show, I haven't done it in a while, I will send out a link so you can come on the show. Now, what I would ask is you have to have good camera and great audio. Otherwise, people can't hear you. And we can't wantonly make fun of you, or you can't wantonly make fun of us live on the show. But I would say, right now, I am going to put a link in the live chat, which means you can come on the show live, which, by the way, it's going to be recorded. It's worldwide. So don't come on the show if you don't have anything to say. I would expect, as an imagination connoisseur, you would have something to tell the world about yourself. So here's what I'm going to do, kids. I'm going to put this link in the live chat right now. So if you're in the live chat and you want to come on the show, well, here it goes. Would you like to come on? But bam, it's in the live chat. So you, my friends, you, Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited, can come on the show. But I would say use Google Chrome. Any other Google doesn't work very well. By the way, have you met Pearl? Pearl, and oh, hang on. I was fixing. Look, my Millennium Falcon. I had to fix the gun on the lower. Oh man. How can I fix this? I'm gonna put this right here so the gun will. Yeah. We'll see. Is anyone? No one's come on. No one's come on yet. You guys are all chickens. Come on, come live. Come be live right now. All of you, imagination. Oh, someone's here. Oh, look who decides to come on the show. Oh my God. Let me just put her in. I gotta put her in. She's actually a veteran and a good supporter of our show. This is gonna be great. I gotta put her in. Are you there, by the way? Can I hear you? Hello? I can't hear you. Oh, now, yes, I can hear you. Okay, good. You're there. I just want to make sure. I'm putting in the show. Hang on, Dave. We got a guest. We got a guest.
Welcome to Midnight Metal after mainstream.
Oh, okay. Hang on. We're putting her in. She's going to be on the show. Hold on. Just hold on. And she's actually a veteran.
Why the fuck are you up so late?
Hey, man. Come on now. Wait. Hang on, Dave. You can't talk yet, okay? I'm just saying. Look, okay, just hold on. It takes a while.
More than I was before, Rob. More.
Not yet. Just hold on. Just hold on there, little sister. I'm just getting it all ready. Let's put her on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Major Chai Chai. Dave Parker, where are you? I don't know where you are.
You did this. It's now I'm just.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I forgot to. Yeah,
I'm just
okay. That was bad. Hang on, Major Chai Chai. Just hold on. I have to bring Dave Parker. I have to hang on just a second. Oh my God. Okay.
But what a lovely smile.
It's true.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. What are you doing up so late? There we go, Dave.
I don't know. I got a bottle of rum and.
Oh, you're a pirate.
Now, Major Chai Chai's ex-military or standard military. She's all about the space program. We hung out in San Diego. I have a great picture of us behind the San Diego Convention Center in the sun. She was there. She experienced the entirety of San Diego Comic-Con. And by the way, remember, she's military. She could have us killed with drones. She probably can call Vegas drone people up and be like, here's the address, or both of our addresses. Like what the fucking Ukrainians are doing to the Russians right now. We're done, Dave.
Not anymore.
No, so let me ask. I want to ask you this question, though.
Okay.
Very controversial. We don't talk about this. Politics.
Oh, no.
What's that?
Are you Republican or not?
Okay, first of all, wait, let me step in here and say something. I think that isn't fair. Because remember, Lincoln was a Republican. Okay? And no. I don't think it's fair to delineate people between our two-party system, because here's the thing. You can be a MAGA Republican and deal with Trump and all that, or you can be somebody who actually subscribes to the Republican Party's tenets for the last hundreds of years.
No, but I'm not.
Why do you want to know that?
I know because he said that you were in the military and stuff like that. So I was just curious. I was just curious to if you're if you're still currently into politics and stuff like that. I've gotten like majorly into it.
You know what's not Republican? A lot of the people that are part of the Republican Party have never been in the military.
Yes.
Just saying.
Well, only about, depending on what source you look at, only 1 to 3% of the U.S. population has ever been in the military.
Right.
So yeah, if you look at the Republican Party, then if you extrapolate that, it's not going to be very big anyway.
Well, are you a Weyland Yutani or are you a Space Marine?
Oh man, that's a hard one. Oh no,
that's a Midnight Metal question.
I'm a Space Marine because I was given the call sign Vasquez.
No way. Really?
Way.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I love that. All right, cool. Cool.
So
Do you know that the real Vasquez has a Jeanette Goldstein now, what she does besides doing conventions and everything, she owns a series of a high-end brassiere store.
Yeah.
And one is right, and one of them is right down the street from me.
And by the way, how is that? Because a lot of people would say that Vasquez is poster girl for whomever, and I'm like, no, she's not. No. Kick ass. You're just so kick ass. Come on. Vasquez rules.
Yeah.
Vasquez does rule. There's a whole novel. There's an alien novel.
Yeah, there is.
They're done. That's just about Vasquez.
Okay.
So first of all, so Major Chai Chai, what are you doing up so late?
She's got a bottle of rum. She's got a bottle of rum, Rob.
I got a bottle of rum, and I'm watching these two schmucks.
Wait. I resemble that remark.
Where?
I resemble that remark. How dare you? But, truth is
That's
truth.
because you identify as Jewish.
I am Jewish. Come on. My biological...
My high school drama teacher, coach, taught me that word.
Schmuck.
Schmuck. It's a great word. By the way, it's an onomatopoeia. It's an onomatopoeia. It sounds like it is. Schmuck is... I mean, it's a great word. It's a great word.
Yeah.
Just like Munster.
Munster. Yeah, Munster.
To answer your question, Dave Parker, I am not a Republican.
Okay.
Are you a Republican? Just saying.
She's just saying that much, and that's all we need to know.
I haven't aligned myself. I now that a lot of stuff I've read, I'm more libertarian or classic liberal. I'm not sure where I fit in the whole.
Okay, here. You know what you just said? No, I just want to say. I just want to say this. You said you've read stuff. That's what I admire. On this channel, all political persuasions are welcome here. I don't want anyone to think they're not. What I expect of my audience is to be learned about their beliefs. I think that's all you can ask for people.
Oh, yeah,
so
absolutely.
whether you're
whatever your conviction is, as long as you're informed, legitimately informed,
100%.
Whatever.
I would want you to have a reasoning vice and emotional response, or that's because it's always been that way.
Right.
The only people that aren't welcome here are flat earthers. Fuck you all. Just saying. I got a great t-shirt.
There could be some benefits to living on a flat earth. I wouldn't know what they are, but
Okay.
Well, we know it's not a flat earth because the cats would have knocked everything off of it.
That's exactly right. Yeah. But to be honest, I've got cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. Right.
It's not all about you, Rob. Sometimes it's about
I got cats and dogs too. And
So Major Chai Chai, let me ask you this.
Mass hysteria.
Matt, let me ask you this. When did you join? When did you enter the military?
Right after college.
Okay, but you went to college first.
I went to college and I joined Air Force ROTC.
Okay. So what were you studying? What did you major in college?
And I had my first bachelor's was in religion studies.
Your first bachelor. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
my second bachelor's was in mechanical engineering, which I got about 3 years ago.
Wow.
Nice.
And I have a master's in international relations.
Holy shit. And I'm like at Comic-Con going, hey, let's have another drink. Wow. Okay. Now
you hold court at the Marriott sidebar.
No, we were at the Bayfront Marina down in the basement. It was a new thing,
now,
dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now I haven't been in a long time.
No, the Marriott. One glass of wine costs $27. I'm like, come on, give me a break. Even the Hilton the Hyatt was cheaper.
Hyatt. Yeah.
So wow, you have 2 bachelors and a master's? You have 3 degrees?
Yeah.
We're slacking.
Wow. How long did it take you to get all that?
So the first bachelor was 4 years. The master's degree, I started in 2000 and I finished up in 2006.
Okay.
It's that whole global war on terror thing tended to.
Right. So okay.
And then the second bachelor's took me a while because I was working a full-time job and then taking a class a semester. So that took me 7 years.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, I got a question to ask you. I had lunch with someone today. High ranking, knows a lot of people. And he was talking about we were talking about UAPs and aliens and disclosure. And he told me something interesting that I actually hadn't heard before.
Okay.
He said there are 2 dates that you need to remember. One is 2027 and one is 2037. And it all had to do with disclosure of the fact that we have known that extraterrestrial life has been interfering or involved with human life for tens of thousands of years. Is that true? Do you believe it?
I am skeptical of it.
Oh, I am too. But it was very specific, and I would ask you this. The last 2 years, there's been a lot of UAP discussion, a lot of disclosure, congressional hearings, and no one seems to care. There's been people in Congress, just this past Friday, the guy running UTIP was like, well, here's what I know. Yep, there are extraterrestrials on Joe Rogan's show.
Rob.
And nobody, people are saying, we're not alone. We have proof. Nobody fucking cares. And I'm like, wow, our government, in terms of disclosure, they've certainly played us. Well, nobody gives a fuck. If they said aliens are real tomorrow, I think more people would be doing Kamala Harris impressions on TikTok.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. For me, it's almost like I kind of have to. It's almost like I need to see the ship.
Oh, me too. Yes.
And so I beyond that I don't particularly I can't comment beyond that.
Well, let me ask you this: outside of your military experience, as a person, civilian, do you think that there is evidence of extraterrestrial or interdimensional or some intelligence or technology beyond our comprehension that has interacted with humanity over the last 12,000 years?
I am skeptical of that. I think everything can be attributed to human.
Sure.
Human achievement.
That's what Gene Roddenberry said. No ancient aliens didn't build the pyramids. Humans did, because humans are awesome.
Yeah. The other part is I really do think if aliens have been involved, they would have just dominated us. Or the other part is like, yeah, they're here, but they're in such a way that we can't recognize it.
Right. And I'm just curious, because in my lifetime, I read lots of books about UFOs, but in the last 2 years, there's been so much stuff about disclosure and the government, and they're like, I feel like they're trolling the waters, or chumming the waters, and no one seems to care.
I will say this, and I don't know if you guys have ever read Carl Sagan's Demon Haunted World.
It's one of my favorite books of all time. It's one of the greatest books ever written.
Yeah, why we get along so well. It's like we Yeah, and what did Carl Sagan say? That one of his arguments was if there were aliens, right, there would be those in the U.S. government, using that as justification for budget.
Look, that book, I think everybody should read that book. That's a text that everybody should experience, I think. It's a great book. My friend Dan Weber gave it to me. It was great.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Carl. 20 years ago.
20 years. That's about the time I read it too. Yeah.
I want to say I read it in the 90s. So more, about like in the late 90s. And by the way, that was a one-sitting book for me. I read that book in one sitting. I was so enamored of that book. I was like, it's one of those books I sat on my couch, and maybe I was broke and I didn't have a car and I couldn't go anywhere. That's why I read it in one sitting. But it was amazing. Amazing book. The Demon Haunted World by Carl Sagan is one of the great books of all time.
Yes.
Well, if you don't believe the world is flat.
No.
If you believe the world is flat, you're not going to like the book.
No. No.
So, Dave, what do you think?
Well, I have worked on a show for the past couple of years called The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch, which deals with UFOs and strange phenomenon for a while now. And I have to say that, we do not fake anything that's presented on that show. And there has been some very interesting and unexplainable occurrences and things that they've discovered and continue to this day continue to research at that place. And there is some surprising and unusual military action that has happened during some of their experiments that is more than curious. So I think that they have been here. I think we don't know exactly what it is or what it all means, whether we're not able to comprehend it at this point. But I believe there's something out there for sure.
I do too, and I think that it's been known for quite some time, and I think that the United States government has known about. Here's the thing: our planet. If you look at our planet from here's what I've never understood. Our religions, the religions of the world, all the religions, whether they're Abrahamic religions or other religions, none of them take into account the vastness of the cosmos. It's all just the heavens. I'm like, well, those are pretty fucking big. And when you really start delving into how big the heavens are, none of our religions talk about where our technology is or where, like, none of it. However, that said, there are technological advances that we don't quite know, or you can't quite explain these leaps in technology. Certainly the megalith structures like Stonehenge, I mean, they're always saying, like, recently I heard, well, they used water. They floated the bricks up from the pyramids. They were able to float that up. And it's like,
but it's like, if we can't figure out how to do that now,
they don't even know how old the pyramids are.
Right.
They thought they were a certain age, and they're like, and you have people like what's Graham who's the British
Norton?
Not Graham Norton. I love him. Graham, not Graham Walker, but Graham, the archaeologist, who said that if we are able to use LiDAR scanners on the Amazon rainforest, we would find out that there's a vast civilization that we don't even see anymore because it's grown over. He's proved that. He's financed this stuff, and nobody wants to, because to go against the traditional narrative means you lose funding and all this stuff. And I'm like, this planet's billions of years old.
I mean, when you think of just the pyramids in that sense and the enormity of them, and
we don't know when they were made. We don't,
and we don't know when they're made. But the thing is like if we just leave it to them being man-made, it's almost hard to comprehend the barbaric nature on which that would have had to have happened to occur to lift those stones.
Yeah,
and
the
amount of
labor.
The amount of labor and death that probably the horrifying actions that would have occurred to create these
and
things.
beyond that, like, why would a primitive human culture decide to build a pyramid? And if you think about where it's pointing, if you look at the Great Pyramids, they have a relation to the stars, and they didn't do it like a week. It took years.
Generations.
Yeah,
Right. And,
to build.
and then there's the
Well,
Aztec temples and
I mean, why they built it is, I mean, it's in that poem,
Right.
Ozymandias, look on my was it? Oh,
Look at my works in despair.
Look on my works in despair.
And that's why Ozymandias is right over there on my shelf. I'm not some Republic serial villain, Dan. Do you think I would explain my masterstroke if there was any possible?
Well, that brings up a question.
I did it 38 minutes ago.
Rob, how do you feel about this Watchmen animated film?
Okay. It looks pretty fucking dope. I'm just saying, I love The Watchmen. I know J. Michael Straczynski wrote the script. I think the animation looks really cool. I love The Watchmen. I love it.
Have you gotten it yet? It's out now, right?
I know it came out this week. I haven't bought it.
Okay.
Part 1. I love the comic.
Do you feel that any of these DC animated things have been good?
Some have. I've enjoyed. I enjoyed one of the Wonder Woman. I enjoyed a Wonder Woman one. I enjoyed a Teen Titans one. I mean, they're retellings. The problem is,
I thought the Long Halloween was actually pretty.
That was pretty good. Yeah.
I like the Long
I thought that was really good. I thought Gotham by Gaslight.
Yeah, that I like that one
very
too.
good.
That was good. The comic was not great, so I thought the animated version was better.
I haven't watched the Crisis films yet.
Not a fan.
Okay.
Not a fan.
So some are hit and miss. All right.
Well, it's like if you're going to adapt Crisis on Infinite Earths, you have to adapt Crisis on Infinite Earths, and they gave us a different version of it. And I'm like, why are you doing it then? I mean, I get why because they can't rights issues and all that. They can't.
The other one that I liked a lot was The Doom That Came to Gotham.
That was good. Yeah.
That one I did not see.
By the way, Major Chai Chai says I have to disagree with you, Rob. My kids are into fiction.
I mean,
You already did that.
yeah.
I did that.
She could probably just say that right now.
Brian O'Neill Singleton says, watch the film The Fourth Kind. Very enlightening.
I didn't care. The Mila Jovovich one, didn't care for it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Were they telling us the truth in that
I don't know. I think Communion was better.
Yeah. Come on, man. It's all about Fire in the Sky. Travis
Fire
Walton.
in the Sky is great. Fire in the Sky is great. It is not as great as it initially thought it was, though.
Borg Porge says, I'd like to see a prequel to The Crow set in the 1600s involving Native American warring tribes and shamans knowledgeable of the crows and sacred powers. Yeah, but you couldn't have a great... There'd be no great Gothic soundtrack.
But you want the Gothic soundtrack and stuff like that? How about a Crow during the Jack the Ripper times?
That could be good. I'm into that. That'd be great. By the way, Thomas Logan says, call Brian Fuller or Brian Singer or Charlie de Lazarica at 1:30 in the morning.
Which would be like,
I was supposed to go to Brian Fuller's house today to pick up a framed picture he has for me. He has a print. He has a big print of Spock, an illustrated print going like this.
Aren't you special? Aren't you special?
I'm not special. I'm just saying that no, it's not even name dropping. I couldn't go to his house today. I was going to go pick it up. So I'm going on Monday.
I never got the True Noir poster from Comic-Con.
Oh, I have them. Would you like one?
Yes,
I have plenty.
I think that was a subtle hint there, Rob. Yeah.
No, I have them. And by the way, I got one. My frame cost me $300. I have it matted. It was $350 frame.
And here I am doing the show for hours, and I don't get a dime.
It's not like this show's made much money.
I carry the box of posters.
Oh yeah. By the way, the posters are
until I handed it off to Sonny.
Yeah, I mean, you can have one. I'll send you multiple posters if you guys all want a True Noir. By the way, they're very cool posters.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But you have to get it in a $300 frame for it to count.
No, you don't. I mean, I only made one for me and Mike because Mike he paid for them and never saw them. Anyway, wait till you see the New York Comic Con poster.
Oh.
New York Comic Con, it looks like we're going to premiere True Noir at New York Comic Con. And I can't say it because it's not signed. I wish I could say who Nathan Heller was going to be, but I can't. But there is Nathan Heller.
It's cool.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
That's super, Rob.
Wait, should I play? Did you hear the piece I played earlier?
Yes.
Yeah.
How good was that?
That was awesome.
Wasn't that awesome?
Raw.
Yeah.
You couldn't hear it, Dave. Come on.
I couldn't hear it. It was raw.
I could hear it.
I mean, it's so... Zangar is so good. By the way, I got okay, you know what I got in the mail or in the mail,
What?
the email? I got all the score. I got all the score for episode 3 yesterday.
Oh.
And if you guys want, because it's just the three of us talking, no one's watching this. But I will.
216 people watching.
Okay, I will play. You've already heard. Here, I'll play a little bit. I'll play that piece again if you just arrived. Here is Walter Winchell and Giuseppe Zangara, the man who killed Anton Cermak. Played this earlier. This is a jailhouse interview, but you have to understand this is the raw audio. It's my edited audio. It has no environment in it. Or
sweetening, as they say.
No, I don't even have to say that. I can just play this music. So I'm going to play a track. I think I can play a track. This is from our composer from True Noir, Alexander Bornstein. I got this music yesterday. He sent me this stuff yesterday, which I'm going to play. And here's a brand new piece of original music from True Noir.
Do you know who I am?
No.
Oh, that's
Walter Winchell.
That's not the right thing.
No.
Hang on.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea. No?
Radio, sure, I know you. You're a famous man.
Wait a minute.
Maybe you want to be famous too. Just
Hang on a second, guys.
Would you like that?
Joe, call me Joe. I American citizen.
You want to be
I don't even know.
That was great.
There you go.
That was lovely.
So good.
Your thing.
Hang on
Really
a second. That's not what I want to play you.
Well, Rob, I'm gonna tap out.
Hang on.
It's 1:30.
Hang on before you go.
I'm
Listen,
not gonna
wait.
be able to hear it anyway.
Listen to this.
Everybody else is hearing it.
This is for an audio drama. This is feature film quality.
Yeah, it's amazing. People are loving it. I can see them commenting.
And there you go. I mean, we can play other things if you want, but
Please, because I enjoy hearing it so much.
Yeah.
which you can't hear.
Yeah.
I love it, but I hate it because I can't hear it.
Yeah.
Listen to that. Oh, it's so good.
Oh goodness!
You're just gonna have to post a clip on YouTube so I can hear.
No, he can't.
No,
I
I
could.
mean, not now, but he
He can't post it. It's exclusive, live only.
exclusive. Well,
It's true.
You're gonna have to clip it and text me.
It was very bold for you to use the kazoo, Rob, as your
What
main
can I
instrument.
say?
Well, and this, yeah.
Not a wailing sax, but a kazoo and a xylophone.
Look, I'm just telling
very,
you.
very bold.
I'm more excited about this than anything I've worked on in a long time. What's that?
Like, wasn't the sousaphone?
Come on, you guys.
Slide whistle.
It's all good stuff.
Again, bold choice. The slide whistle.
Oh, well. Okay, so Dave, are you leaving? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it's 1:40 in the morning, Rob. We went 2 hours
It's
over.
3:40 in the morning where I'm at. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
well, you still have more rum.
Yeah, well, I can still invite more people.
Yeah, I
Coach
know you
Spring Jamba Juice said, I want David Fincher's Jack the Ripper movie.
Okay.
Love that too. Thomas Logan says, discuss Lindelof's Ultra Woke Watchmen miniseries. Let's not. Dude, you always ask me. These are whole dissertations. I can't do it in a few seconds.
As I say, before Dave leaves, Rob, I sent you a package with something for Dave, and you didn't get it to him. I'm disappointed in you.
I mean, he lives.
I have your pack. No, but I have your package. What in the package? Oh, now I remember.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I have it. I have it. It's still, yes, it's right. It's actually right over there. Actually,
Rob
right
and I don't
over
get to see
there.
each other that much because he lives so far away now.
Yeah, I do.
He
I like in a dire straits way.
he
So far
abandoned
away.
us. He
I didn't abandon you. I didn't abandon
He was
you.
like, oh yeah, come drive 2.5 hours.
It's not.
Come see me.
It's 70 minutes. I was in Pasadena
70
today.
minutes. 70 minutes in LA traffic is 2.5 hours.
Dude, I'm driving to West LA to record our stuff. Come on.
Yeah, what do you want? Metal?
Metal.
Metal? You want a metal?
So have you opened it? Have you opened the package?
Yes, you mean with all the stuff from the space? Yes.
Yeah.
I've worn some of it.
Oh, okay.
I should have told you that.
Yeah, you
Yes.
didn't.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have.
Or
I know.
maybe you should have been wearing it.
Well, I have worn it. It's just like I was wearing the flat Earth shirt. I have a NASA shirt that says "Not Flat." We checked. It's a great shirt. I was wearing it yesterday. I should have done a show and had it.
Redbubble does you really well, doesn't it, Rob? Oh!
Oh, yay!
Just saying, you can do this too.
It can't rain all the time, Rob. It can't rain all the time.
There we go. There we go.
It's raining on me.
Oh, the things that amuse the old.
Okay, well, I guess we'll. Oh, go ahead.
Guess what I watched this afternoon?
Debbie Does Dallas.
No.
Okay.
Although I have
Contact?
seen it.
Something better?
No. Oh, I watched Contact a long time. Your favorite?
To Live and Die in L.A.
No.
Oh.
Favorite science fiction movie?
2001. Star Trek motion picture.
Solaris.
Oh, you did the original?
Yes.
The George
The
Clooney one.
original.
What'd you think?
George Clooney one's better.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, stop. Quiet, Dave. Major Chai Chai has the floor. What did you think of it?
I was like, I wasn't sure at first, but I think I kind of liked it. It's kind of like the persistence of memory. Like, I think you could do a double feature with Last Year at Marybad and Solaris.
This is why I love you. That's what I want to hear. And by the way, Yes, that is a great double feature.
Yeah. So,
great-
I thought about going to see the new Crow to prepare for tonight, and I thought,
don't.
Life's too
spend my
short.
time more productively and watch Solaris instead.
You know what? Solaris is a better version of The Crow than the new 2024 version of The Crow is. Because in a way, it's kind of the same thing.
Well, but there's no I don't know, vengeance in it. There is memory, which I guess you could say.
Yeah, because
memory is represented by a raven.
But the thing is, there's no vengeance only because there's nothing bad that happened, in a way.
Well, no,
sort
there
of.
was something bad. There, I don't want to give it away for.
Well, his wife was not happy.
His wife was not happy.
Not happy, but
When are they ever?
But look, and by the way, Soderbergh's version is great. But I do love the Russian version. I love Tarkovsky's version. I do.
Yeah, I didn't watch the new one because I don't like George Clooney. So.
Oh well, it's good. It's good. But I think the end of the Russian version's better.
You mean the 3-hour ending?
It's not that long, Dave.
It's 2 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
Way too long.
I also
what happened to our
I
movies
also
that
watched
were
Planet of the Vampires.
And
amazing?
Wow.
I get it. If you're a product of today, you can't watch Planet of the Vampires and think it's cool.
What do you mean?
Really?
I'm not that much younger than
Really?
you.
Yeah, but you've seen.
Do you know in Aquaman 2?
I didn't watch Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2 has a whole tribute to Planet of the Vampires.
Okay.
Look, Planet of the Vampires rules. The design.
You do get that, Rob, right?
I did.
I love the set design. I love the ship and the buttons, and I loved the leather outfits. But
yeah, do you love Alien? Do you love the movie Alien? Then you better love Planet of the Vampires because it stole everything from Planet of the Vampires.
But I found the acting to be kind of wooden. The ending was great.
It's all dubbed.
Yeah, it's all dubbed. It's all dubbed.
Very, very Twilight Zone.
I'm gonna fly away in my Millennium Falcon right now.
Outer Limits.
I'm gonna go
But
find.
I may have been spoiled by Twilight Zone and Outer Limits because the ending was very much like that.
There you go. Okay, well, if you're gonna get spoiled by something, at least it's that. As Rob nerds out on his toy.
This is not. I built this. I built and painted this.
Uh-huh.
I was a little too thick on the.
Yeah, well, that's the first time you've been accused of that.
Come on, man. What?
You want to see my latest Lego creation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm gonna go get it.
Hang on. Why you gotta diss me like that? Come on, man. It all works.
Because you set it up too easily.
Okay, hang on. Hold on. Let's see what Major Chai Chai's new Lego thing is. Let's look at it. You got the Curiosity rover.
Yeah, wait. Let me see if I can get it. Can you see the arm moving?
Kind of.
It kind of, yeah. Yeah, it's not.
But you have to build it. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's
How
a lot
long?
better than
How long did that take you?
This took me, I don't know, about a week, off and on.
Wow. All right. By the way, it's still working.
It's still working. It's not like the ornithopter where I keep breaking the cockpit.
No, I mean the actual Curiosity rover is still working.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's still working.
After 12 years.
I don't know why it's not. The arm, I had it where the arm was working, but yeah, that's fine.
Well, listen, everybody. I mean, Dave, I know you want to go away. We should end this stream. It's now, what is it? We're 5 hours into this?
I know, man. It was supposed to be a 2-hour show. Supposed to be a 2-hour show.
It's never a 2 hour show.
Because people are after this thing, they'll never watch it. You'll never get the views.
That's not true.
you get 5 million views on and you yapping on your own, and then we do this mega mammoth show and it gets 2 extra views.
Well, that's because I can't talk enough.
Oh, that's right. Everyone just wants to hear you talk.
I didn't say that.
And
Didn't
talk,
say it.
and talk and talk.
Hey, it's my channel. What can I say?
No, we tune in to hear Rob rant.
Yeah.
Why you're a bunch of masochists?
No, it's great.
Yeah, my rants are not just ranting. I don't just get it. I'm not like what was that guy? What was the talk show host? The
Morton Downey.
Yes, Morton Downey. I didn't smoke cigarettes.
As red faced as he does when you get
It should be now, instead of old man yelling at the screen, it's Robert Meyer, or old man yelling at the clouds. It's Robert Meyer Brett yelling at the screen.
There it is. I thought the last couple shows I did were pretty good.
They are. They're great.
I thought they were good. A lot of people are like, why don't you yell and scream about like Alien more? And I'm like, I did my yelling and screaming.
I mean, there's a place for that, but that gets old because so many other people do it. And I love it when you read the articles and you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Kind of like
that.
the Prairie Home Companion. You're like the Garrison Keillor of the sci-fi.
Hey man, if you know what, somebody should make me an artwork that says the Garrison Keillor of sci-fi. I would love that. Please print that. Whoever's out there, make that art. Make that art. I'll put it on the. I can't do it.
You got canceled,
I get canceled all the time. People cancel me, which is funny because I'm the most inclusive guy on the internet, but they want to cancel me. Because I just don't like a lot of people who are stupid. That's all.
You hear that, folks?
Why are you dumb? Do better. Think before you talk.
I'm trying.
I didn't mean you, but
he's so mean, guys. You see what he does?
I am so not mean. Why don't we all go to bed? Because fine, that could be good.
You have a king size.
I do, but there's 3 dogs and Elizabeth in it.
Oh.
And we're all in different places. But if you want to get together, I mean, Major Chai Chai's from the Air Force. As long as we can do a carrier landing.
No, that's Navy, Rob.
That's right.
That's Navy. Shame on you.
Don't Air Force planes land on carriers? They must.
Oh God!
You
thought Top Gun was the Air Force?
No, that was Navy.
Yeah,
Navy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well,
I was just saying carrier landings. I don't think that
Stripes and Stars are revoked.
I have experienced a carrier landing.
So Air Force pilots land on carriers. They have to learn how to do that.
No, I'm not an Air. I was never an Air Force pilot.
No, but Air Force pilots do
land on carriers.
I don't.
No, you have to only under certain circumstances, because that would be like you have to have very specific training to do a carrier landing.
Yeah, but Air Force pilots have to.
I mean, my limited flight ops experience. The last time I know, that was launching aircraft off of carriers in World War II, and then they landed over in China for the Tokyo.
But the thing is, I would think all American flyers have to know military flyers have to know how, fighter pilots have to know how to land on carriers, because it's not just the Navy that utilizes carriers.
But
I like how you're trying to tell the person who's in the military.
The Navy and the Marines, most definitely. I don't know. I'm only speaking from my years of experience. I have never heard of pilots training to land on Air Force pilots training to land.
Well,
on
you know what? I'm going to consult this. I have this newfangled technology. It's called the internet. I'm just looking at the internet.
No. Again, I qualified it. I said, and I had not seen that happen.
No, of course. I'm just going to look. I'm going to find out. And to be fair, do Air Force pilots?
Dave, it was nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh, okay.
Hint, Rob. Hint. It's not working.
It's not working. Why isn't it working? I don't know.
Everybody,
It's too damn late. That's why.
everybody wish it to work.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's not working. Maybe.
You know, you don't have to make that dumbass smile when you do it.
Yes, you do. It's
Make
part
it
of the
work.
whole thing. Because if it happens, it's better if I'm doing the dumb smile.
Isn't that all the time?
Oh, come on now. Everyone's God, man. I'm getting dissed.
Now you're catching on. All right. Everyone.
You know what?
all 200
Okay, hang on.
All 214 people here. Sign off.
Air
now.
Force pilots are not trained to land on aircraft carriers.
It's amazing. It's almost like she knows what she's talking about.
They may be stationed aboard an aircraft carrier at a military base, but members of the U.S. Air Force provide defensive and offensive support in fighter jets, helicopters, and other aircraft. They may be stationed on aircraft carriers, but they are not required to learn to land on aircraft carriers. Wow.
And on that note,
Hence why you have the Navy and the Air Force, two different missions.
Wow. But I would think that, when you're at sea and you're a plane that can't refuel.
No. The Air Force would have refueling.
Yeah, they would have to. They'd have planes.
The Air Force has tankers, and we
Look,
would get them across the sea.
All I know is that the two dates in terms of alien disclosure are 2027 and 2037. Take that to the bank. Everyone knows it. We just don't. Oh, well.
Shing.
I'll check the skies for them.
Yeah.
Keep watching.
I want to believe. I'm not kidding, though. By 2027, 2037, let's all watch out.
Statistically, there's got to be something out there.
The same year as Avengers Secret War, we're going to get disclosure. And no one can tell the difference.
Let's hope we're still alive.
We will be. All right, kids, let's end this show. I want to thank everybody for being here, being goof people. I want to thank people for supporting the channel. Let me just make sure Dave Hulch sends in a super sticker. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Thomas Logan says, Rob discussed Tarkovsky's filmography in vast detail. No, Thomas, I won't. Tom Jr. Jackson says, to live and die in L.A., 4K, when will it happen? Come on, Tom, you know what's happening.
All those answers are coming tomorrow.
You know what happened.
Today.
Thomas Logan says, discuss. I already did that. Brandon O'Neill Singleton says, watch the film The Fourth Kind. Very enlightening.
Yeah, you did that one.
Yeah, he knows what's going on. I've already done all these. I think I've done everything.
I think we've covered.
We've covered it all. We have. And so anyway, Major Chai Chai, thanks for being on Midnight Metal. Good to have you here. And thanks for the support on True Noir. And by the way, please support us, True Noir, truenoir.co, or go to Kickstarter and go to True Noir. I have more to discuss and more to announce. It's so good. It's so good. The show's so good. Anyway, don't take my word for it. Wait till it's done. We're probably going to be at New York Comic Con doing a panel with different cast than we did, and I think the world premiere might happen at New York Comic Con in a movie theater somewhere in New York City. Well, just saying.
I think Radio City Music Hall. He just doesn't want to say it yet.
Oh, we can't afford
He's gonna
that.
get the Rockettes to reenact everything.
Can't afford that.
Guys,
although
it's gonna
that
be
would be
amazing.
period. The Rockettes would be period. It'd be good.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Everyone knows. You know what? Here, I've got a full screen for this. Every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And Pearl knows all you have to do is listen. Thank you all for being here for Midnight Metal. And remember, I'll be back tomorrow with Dieter Bastion and Let's Get... Actually, it is tomorrow. I'll be back with Dieter Bastion for Let's Get Physical Media, episode 163, 64, I don't know. But thank you all Very much appreciated.